Sarah Collins, a biology student, embarks on her first solo camping trip in the mysterious Adirondack Mountains. What begins as a quest for tranquility in nature quickly turns into a nightmare when sinister whispers start calling her name as night falls. Surrounded by an eerily silent forest and haunted by invisible presences, Sarah discovers ancient symbols carved into the trees, indicating an evil force far beyond her understanding. Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. Before we start the story, I'd like to ask you to subscribe to the channel to support us, and tell us in the comments which city in the world you're watching this video from. Click the like button, all of this because the Adirondack Mountains loomed before me, a vast expanse of green that seemed to stretch endlessly into the horizon. I took a deep breath, inhaling the crisp mountain air tinged with the scent of pine and damp earth. This was it, my first solo camping trip. As a biology student, I'd been on plenty of field studies before, but always with a group. This time it was just me, Sarah Collins, alone with nature. I adjusted the straps of my heavy backpack, feeling the weight of my supplies dig into my shoulders. The trail ahead wound its way into the dense forest, disappearing around a bend. With one last glance at my car parked at the trailhead, I set off into the woods. The first few hours of hiking were exhilarating. I stopped often to examine interesting plants or insects, making notes in my field journal. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds calling and small animals scurrying through the underbrush. As the day wore on, however, the novelty began to wear off, replaced by a growing awareness of the ache in my muscles and the sweat trickling down my back. As the sun began to dip towards the horizon, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks, I knew it was time to make camp. I found a small clearing off the main trail, sheltered by a stand of tall pines. Perfect. I shrugged off my backpack with a groan of relief. Home sweet home, I muttered to myself, stretching my sore shoulders. The routine of setting up camp was familiar and comforting. I laid out my tent, driving the stakes into the soft earth with practiced ease. As I worked, I couldn't shake the feeling that the forest had grown unnaturally quiet. The bird song that had accompanied me throughout the day had faded, leaving behind an eerie silence that seemed to press in around me. "Just your imagination, Sarah," I said aloud, trying to shake off the creeping unease. "Nothing to worry about." But even as I said it, I couldn't help but feel like I was trying to convince myself more than anything else. I busied myself with gathering firewood, the snap of twigs under my feet seeming unnaturally loud in the stillness of the forest. As darkness fell, I got a small fire going and sat down to heat up some freeze-dried camping food. The flames cast flickering shadows on the surrounding trees, making them seem to dance and sway in an unseen breeze. I huddled closer to the fire, suddenly feeling very small and alone in the vast wilderness. "Come on, Sarah, pull yourself together," I chided myself. "You're a scientist. There's nothing out here that you can't handle." But as the night deepened, the silence of the forest began to feel oppressive. No owls hooted, no insects chirped. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting for something. That's when I heard it. A whisper so faint I thought I might have imagined it. I froze, my fork halfway to my mouth. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the silence. "Is someone there?" No response, just the crackling of the fire and the pounding of my own heart. I strained my ears, listening intently. For a long moment, there was nothing. Then it came again. A whisper, barely audible, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Sarah." I jumped to my feet, nearly knocking over my dinner. "Who's there?" I demanded, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. "This isn't funny." But deep down, I knew this wasn't a prank. There was something unnatural about that whisper, something that sent chills racing down my spine. I spun in a slow circle, peering into the darkness beyond the circle of firelight. The trees seemed to loom closer, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. And there, Just at the edge of my vision, I thought I saw movement, a flicker of shadow that vanished as soon as I tried to focus on it. Get a grip, I muttered to myself, running a shaky hand through my hair. There's no one out here. It's just the wind playing tricks on you. But there was no wind. The air was still and heavy, pressing down on me like a physical weight. And I knew, with a certainty that terrified me to my core, that I had heard my name. I quickly doused the fire, plunging the clearing into darkness. My eyes struggled to adjust, transforming the familiar shapes of the forest into menacing silhouettes. I fumbled for my flashlight, its beam cutting through the gloom like a lifeline. With trembling hands, I zipped myself into my tent, creating a flimsy barrier between myself and whatever was out there. I lay on top of my sleeping bag, too wired to even think about sleep, straining my ears for any sound. For a long while, there was nothing, just the sound of my own ragged breathing and the frantic pounding of my heart. I began to relax, convincing myself that I had imagined the whole thing. Too much solitude, too active an imagination. That was all it was. But just as I was about to drift off to sleep, I heard it again. Clearer this time. Impossible to dismiss. Sarah, come to us, Sarah. My eyes flew open, my body going rigid with fear. The voice, no, voices, seemed to come from just outside my tent. They were familiar somehow, tugging at my memory, but distorted in a way that made my skin crawl. Who are you? I whispered, my voice barely audible. What do you want? The whispers grew louder, a cacophony of familiar voices all calling my name. My mother's gentle tone, my father's deep baritone, my best friend's laughing cadence, all twisted and wrong, overlapping in a discordant chorus that made my head spin. Sarah, join us, Sarah. We've been waiting for you. I clapped my hands over my ears, squeezing my eyes shut. This isn't real, I chanted to myself. This isn't real. This isn't real. But the voices persisted, growing louder and more insistent. They seemed to be all around me now, pressing against the thin fabric of my tent, seeking a way in. In a panic, I fumbled for my phone, desperate to call for help. But as the screen lit up, my heart sank. No signal. Of course there wasn't. I was miles from the nearest cell tower. I was truly alone. The voices outside my tent rose to a fever pitch, a swirling maelstrom of sound that threatened to drive me mad. And underneath it all, I could hear something else. A low, pulsing rhythm that seemed to vibrate through the very ground beneath me. It resonated in my bones, tugging at something deep inside me. Part of me wanted to run, to flee blindly into the night. But another part, a part I didn't recognize, felt an inexplicable urge to go out there to follow the voices deeper into the forest. No, I said aloud, my voice shaky but determined. Whatever you are, whatever you want, I'm not coming out. Leave me alone. As if in response to my defiance, the whispers suddenly ceased. The unnatural silence returned, somehow even more terrifying than the voices had been. I held my breath, every muscle in my body tense, waiting for whatever would come next. Minutes ticked by, feeling like hours. Gradually, the normal sounds of the forest began to return. The hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. It was as if whatever spell had gripped the woods had suddenly broken. I let out a shuddering breath, feeling the tension slowly leak out of my body. But I knew I wouldn't sleep tonight. Couldn't sleep. Not after what I'd experienced. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees, I finally allowed myself to relax slightly. I unzipped my tent with shaking hands and peered out. The clearing looked exactly as it had the night before. There were no footprints, no signs that anyone or anything had been there. But as I stepped out of my tent, something caught my eye. There, carved into the trunk of the nearest tree, was a symbol I didn't recognize. It looked ancient, its lines weathered, as if it had been there for centuries. But I knew, with absolute certainty, that it hadn't been there when I made camp. A chill ran down my spine as I traced the symbol with my fingers. Whatever had happened last night, whatever I had heard, it was real, and somehow I knew this was only the beginning. As I began to break camp, my mind raced. Part of me wanted to hike back to my car and drive away as fast as I could, to put this strange, terrifying night behind me. But the scientist in me, the part that had always been driven by curiosity and the need to understand, knew I couldn't leave. Not yet. Something was happening in these woods, something beyond my understanding, and for better or worse, I was now a part of it. I shouldered my backpack, took a deep breath, and set off deeper into the forest. The whispers had stopped for now, but I could still feel them, waiting just at the edge of hearing, calling me, drawing me in. And despite my fear, I knew I had to follow. I woke with a start, my heart pounding in my chest. For a moment, I couldn't remember where I was. The canvas walls of my tent pressed in around me, and the events of the previous night came rushing back. The whispers, the voices calling my name. It all seemed like a bad dream in the light of day. "Get it together, Sarah," I muttered to myself, running a hand through my tangled hair. "You're a scientist, for Christ's sake. There's got to be a logical explanation." I unzipped the tent and crawled out, squinting in the bright morning sunlight. The clearing looked peaceful, almost idyllic. Birds chirped in the trees, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. It was hard to believe that just hours ago this same place had felt so menacing. But as I stretched and looked around, something caught my eye that made my blood run cold. There, carved into the trunk of a nearby tree, was a symbol, the same one I'd noticed the night before. But it wasn't just on one tree. As I spun in a slow circle, I realized with growing horror that the symbol was everywhere, etched into the bark of every tree surrounding my campsite. "What the hell?" I breathed, approaching the nearest tree to examine the marking more closely. The cuts were fresh, the pale inner bark exposed and still oozing sap. These hadn't been here when I set up camp. I was sure of it. My scientific mind raced, trying to come up with a rational explanation. Could it have been other campers playing a prank? But I hadn't seen anyone else on the trail yesterday, and these woods were pretty remote. Plus, there was something about the symbol that felt old, ancient even, like it carried the weight of centuries. As I traced the lines of the symbol with my finger, a whisper ghosted past my ear, so faint I almost missed it. "Sarah." I whirled around, my heart leaping into my throat. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice sounding thin and reedy in the vast forest. No answer came, just the continued chirping of birds and rustling of leaves. But as I stood there, straining my ears, the whisper came again. This time I recognized the voice with a jolt of shock. "Sarah, honey, where are you?" "Mom?" I gasped, disbelief warring with a sudden, irrational hope. It was impossible. My mother was hundreds of miles away. And yet her voice was as clear as if she were standing right next to me. "Sarah, we're worried about you. Come home, sweetie." My father's voice now, deep and comforting, coming from somewhere deeper in the woods. I took an involuntary step towards it, then caught myself. "This isn't real," I said aloud, trying to convince myself. "Mom and Dad aren't here. It's just... But I couldn't finish the thought. Because what was it, really? What could explain the voices I was hearing, the symbols carved into the trees? As if in response to my uncertainty, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. My mother, my father, and now my best friend Jenny, all calling out to me, their voices overlapping in a cacophony that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "Sarah, please. We need you, honey. Come on, Sarah, don't leave us hanging." I clapped my hands over my ears, squeezing my eyes shut. "Stop it," I yelled. "You're not real. Leave me alone." But even as I said it, a part of me longed to follow those voices, to run towards the familiar comfort they promised. It took every ounce of willpower I had to stay rooted to the spot. When I finally opened my eyes, I noticed something that made my breath catch in my throat. There, Just visible through the trees was a faint trail I hadn't seen before. It seemed to lead in the direction the voices were coming from, winding its way deeper into the forest. "No," I said firmly, turning my back on the trail. "I'm getting out of here. Now." I started breaking down my camp with shaking hands, shoving gear haphazardly into my backpack. But as I worked, the whispers continued, growing more plaintive and desperate. "Sarah, please don't go. We need your help, honey. Don't abandon us, Sarah." I tried to ignore them, focusing on the task at hand. But with each passing moment, the pull grew stronger, the voices of my loved ones calling out in distress. How could I just walk away? "This is insane," I muttered, zipping up my now bulging backpack. "They're not really here. It's all in your head, Sarah. Just get back to the car and—" I broke off as a new sound reached my ears. Somewhere in the distance I heard a scream, my mother's scream, filled with terror and pain. Before I knew what I was doing, I had shouldered my backpack and was racing down the mysterious trail, all thoughts of leaving forgotten. The rational part of my mind screamed that this was madness, that I was running deeper into danger. But I couldn't stop. Not if there was even a chance that my family really was out there, really did need my help. The trail twisted and turned, leading me deeper into the forest than I had ever been before. The trees grew denser, older, their gnarled branches blotting out more and more of the sky. The air grew thick and heavy, filled with the musty scent of decay. I lost track of how long I ran, chasing the phantom voices that always seemed to stay just out of reach. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead. But still, I pressed on. It wasn't until the sun began to dip towards the horizon that I finally stopped, collapsing against a tree trunk as the reality of my situation hit me like a physical blow. I was lost, hopelessly, completely lost. In my blind rush to follow the voices, I had left the marked trail far behind. I had no idea which direction I had come from, no way to retrace my steps. My map and compass, I realized with a sinking feeling, were still in my car back at the trailhead. "Oh God," I whispered, sliding down to sit at the base of the tree. "What have I done?" As if in answer, the whispers returned, softer now but no less insistent. "It's okay, Sarah," my mother's voice cooed. "You're almost there. Just a little farther." "We're waiting for you," my father added. "Don't give up now." I buried my face in my hands, torn between despair and a desperate hope that maybe, just maybe, I really was close to finding them. The logical part of my mind knew it was impossible, knew that this was all some sort of hallucination or trick. But after everything I had seen and heard, logic seemed to hold less and less weight. As the last of the daylight faded, I reluctantly set up camp again. My hands shook as I pitched my tent, jumping at every rustle in the underbrush, every snapping twig. The symbols I had seen that morning were here too, I noticed, carved into the ancient trees that surrounded me. They seemed to glow faintly in the gathering darkness, pulsing with an eerie, otherworldly light. I huddled in my tent as full night fell, straining my ears for any sound. But the whispers had faded again, leaving behind a silence so profound it seemed to press against my eardrums. Sleep, when it finally came, was fitful and filled with strange dreams. I saw shadowy figures moving between the trees, always just out of sight. I heard my name called over and over, the voices distorting until they were barely recognizable. And through it all, I felt a presence watching me, ancient and patient and hungry. I woke with a gasp as the first light of dawn filtered through the trees. For a moment, I lay there, trying to sort dream from reality. But as I became more alert, I realized with a jolt that something was wrong. My backpack, which I had left just outside my tent, was open. Its contents were strewn across the forest floor as if someone, or something, had gone through them in the night. And my map and compass, which I knew for certain I had left in my car, were lying in the dirt just beyond the circle of my campsite. With trembling hands, I reached for the map. But as I unfolded it, my heart sank. This wasn't my map of the marked trails. This was something far older, the paper yellowed and brittle with age. and the area it showed was one I didn't recognize, a vast expanse of forest with no signs of civilization, centered around a clearing marked with a familiar symbol. As I stared at the map, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, the whispers started up again. But this time, mixed in with the familiar voices of my loved ones, I heard something else, something that made my blood run cold. It was my own voice, calling out from somewhere deep in the forest. "Help me," it pleaded. "Please, someone help me." I looked up from the map, my eyes drawn to the depths of the woods where the voice, my voice, seemed to be coming from. And there, just visible through the trees, I saw a flicker of movement, a hooded figure watching me from the shadows. Before I could react, it melted back into the forest, leaving me alone with the whispers and the growing certainty that I was caught up in something far beyond my understanding. With shaking hands, I began to pack up my camp. Whatever was happening here, whatever force was at work in these woods, I knew I had to find answers. And something told me that those answers lay in the direction the hooded figure had disappeared, deeper into the heart of this ancient, whispering forest. The forest seemed to close in around me as I stumbled forward, my legs leaden with exhaustion. I'd lost track of how long I'd been walking, hours, days. It all blurred together in a haze of green shadows and whispering voices. The old map I'd found was clutched in my sweaty hand, its cryptic markings my only guide in this labyrinth of ancient trees. "Just a little further," I muttered to myself, my voice hoarse from disuse. There's got to be something out here, some explanation. But deep down, a part of me wondered if I was just deluding myself, if I was walking to my doom, lured by voices that couldn't possibly be real. As if summoned by my thoughts, the whispers started up again, a cacophony of familiar voices that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Sarah, honey, we're waiting for you. Come on, Sarah, don't give up now. Please, we need you." I gritted my teeth, trying to block them out. But it was getting harder and harder to resist their pull. They sounded so real, so desperate. What if I was wrong? What if my family really was out here, lost and in need of help? "No," I said aloud, shaking my head. "It's not real. It can't be real." But even as I said it, I pressed on, following the twisting path deeper into the woods. The trees here were older, massive trunks gnarled and twisted into shapes that seemed almost human in the fading light. Shadows danced at the edge of my vision, always disappearing when I turned to look. As night began to fall, I knew I needed to make camp. My body ached with fatigue, and my mind felt fuzzy from lack of sleep. I found a small clearing and began to set up my tent with trembling hands. That's when I saw it, a flicker of movement in the deepening shadows. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. "Hello?" I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. "Is someone there?" For a long moment, there was only silence. Then, just at the edge of hearing, I caught a snatch of conversation. "The chosen one? Almost ready? The ritual must be completed." The voices were unfamiliar, with an odd, echoing quality that sent chills down my spine. I took a step towards the sound, straining to hear more, but as quickly as they had come, the voices faded, leaving me alone in the gathering darkness. I finished setting up camp in a daze, my mind racing. What had I just heard? Who were they talking about? And what ritual? As I huddled in my tent that night, sleep eluded me. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig had me sitting bolt upright, my heart in my throat. And always, always, the whispers continued, a constant background hum that seemed to vibrate in my very bones. I must have dozed off at some point because suddenly I was jerking awake, disoriented and panicked. Something had changed. The whispers had stopped, leaving behind a silence so profound it rang in my ears. With shaking hands, I unzipped the tent and peered out. The forest was bathed in silvery moonlight, casting long shadows that seemed to move and writhe of their own accord. And there, just at the edge of my campsite, stood a figure. It was tall, unnaturally so, its body hidden beneath a long hooded robe. As I watched, frozen in terror, it slowly turned towards me. Where its face should have been, there was only darkness. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything. But I was paralyzed, caught in the gaze of those empty shadows. Slowly, with a grace that seemed impossible for its size, the figure raised a hand and beckoned to me. And God help me, I felt myself responding. My body moved of its own accord, drawn by an irresistible force. I stumbled out of the tent, my bare feet sinking into the cold, damp earth. The figure turned and began to glide away, moving without a sound, and I followed, helpless to resist. We moved through the forest like ghosts, the moonlight casting everything in an otherworldly glow. Time seemed to stretch and warp, and I lost all sense of direction. We could have been walking for minutes or hours. Finally, we broke through the trees into a vast clearing. Stone pillars, ancient and weathered, stood in a perfect circle. And in the center, I gasped, the sound shockingly loud in the stillness. There, rising from the earth like some primordial giant, was a tree unlike any I had ever seen. Its trunk was massive, easily as wide as a house, and its branches reached up to claw at the sky. But it was the carvings that covered every inch of its surface that truly caught my eye. Symbols, thousands upon thousands of them, glowing with a faint, pulsing light. The hooded figure glided to the base of the tree and turned to face me. When it spoke, its voice was like the rustling of dead leaves, barely above a whisper, but somehow filling the entire clearing. "Welcome, Sarah Collins. We've been waiting for you." I found my voice at last, though it came out as little more than a croak. What are you? What is this place?" The figure seemed to grow, its shadow stretching across the ground towards me. "We are the keepers of whispers, the guardians of ancient secrets, and you, Sarah, are the key to unlocking powers beyond your wildest imagination." As if on cue, the whispers started up again, louder than ever before. But now I could make out words, phrases in a language I didn't understand but somehow knew were unspeakably old. "I don't understand," I said, backing away. "What do you want from me?" The figure's hood tilted to one side, an eerily human gesture. "Want? We offer you a gift, Sarah, the chance to transcend your mortal limitations, to become one with the forest, to hear its secrets and wield its power." Images flashed through my mind, visions of myself wielding impossible energies, commanding the very trees themselves. For a moment, I felt a thrill of temptation, but then I remembered the terror of the past few days, the maddening whispers that had lured me here. "No," I said, surprised by the strength in my voice. "I don't want any part of this. I just want to go home." The figure went very still. When it spoke again, there was an edge of menace in its voice. "I'm afraid that's not an option, Sarah. You've come too far. The ritual has already begun." As if in response to its words, the carvings on the great tree began to glow brighter. The whispers rose to a fever pitch, and I felt a tugging sensation deep in my chest, as if something was trying to pull my very essence out of my body. "No!" I screamed, clutching at my chest. "Stop it! Let me go!" But the pull only grew stronger. I fell to my knees, gasping for breath. Through tear-blurred eyes, I saw other figures emerging from the woods, all hooded and robed like the first. They formed a circle around me, their whispers joining the cacophony that filled the air. As my vision began to dim, I saw the first figure approach, its hand outstretched. "Don't fight it, Sarah," it said, almost gently. "Embrace your destiny. Become one with us." With the last of my strength, I reached into my pocket and pulled out the old map. In a desperate act of defiance, I tore it in half. The effect was instantaneous. The whispers cut off as if someone had flipped a switch. The glowing symbols on the tree flickered and died. And the hooded figures, they screamed. It was a sound I'll never forget, a howl of rage and pain that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth. I scrambled to my feet and ran, blind panic giving me strength I didn't know I possessed. I crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face, roots trying to trip me. Behind me, I could hear the enraged shrieks of the keepers and the sound of pursuit. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like they would give out at any moment. And still I kept going, driven by pure terror. It wasn't until the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees that I finally collapsed, my body unable to go any further. As I lay there gasping for breath, I realized the sounds of pursuit had faded. The forest around me seemed normal, or as normal as it could after everything I'd seen. Birds were beginning to sing, greeting the new day. But as I pushed myself up on shaking arms, I knew it wasn't over. The keepers of whispers were still out there, and somehow I knew they wouldn't give up easily. Whatever they wanted from me, whatever ritual they had planned, I had only delayed it. With a groan, I forced myself to my feet. I had to keep moving, had to find my way out of this forest before they found me again. Because now I knew the truth. The whispers weren't just in my head. They were real, and they were hungry, and I was the feast they had been waiting for. As I stumbled forward, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was no longer alone in my own mind. Something had changed in that clearing. Some fundamental part of me altered by whatever power the keepers had tried to unleash. And in the back of my mind, barely audible but unmistakably there, I could still hear the whispers, waiting, watching, biding their time. I shuddered and pressed on, praying I would find my way out before it was too late, before the darkness that now lurked inside me could take hold, before I became what they wanted me to be, a keeper of whispers myself. The sun had barely crested the horizon when I stumbled upon the old cabin. It loomed before me, a dilapidated structure of weathered wood and rusted metal, half swallowed by the encroaching forest. Under normal circumstances, I would have given it a wide berth. But these were far from normal circumstances. I was exhausted, my legs trembling with fatigue, my mind reeling from the horrors I'd witnessed. The cabin, as foreboding as it appeared, offered the promise of shelter, of safety, however temporary. As I approached, a voice in my head, my own, yet somehow not, whispered a warning. Don't go in there, Sarah. Some doors, once opened, can never be closed. I shook my head, trying to clear it. These internal dialogues had become disturbingly frequent since my encounter with the Keepers of Whispers. I couldn't tell anymore if it was my own thoughts or something other. Shut up, I muttered. I don't have a choice. The porch steps creaked ominously under my weight. I tried the door, half expecting it to be locked, but it swung open with a mournful groan. The musty scent of abandonment washed over me as I stepped inside. The cabin's interior was a study in decay. Dust-covered furniture, cobweb-draped corners, and the unmistakable smell of rot. But it was dry, and more importantly, it had walls and a door I could close between me and whatever might be lurking in the forest. I shut the door and sagged against it, finally allowing myself to feel the full weight of my exhaustion. My eyes drifted closed. Sarah. My eyes snapped open. The voice had been clear, close. Not the ethereal whispers of the forest, but something solid, real. Hello? I called out, my voice cracking. Is someone there? Silence answered me. I pushed myself off the door, eyes darting around the room. Nothing seemed disturbed. I was alone. Or was I? A floorboard creaked behind me. I whirled around, heart pounding, and found myself face to face with a mirror I hadn't noticed before. My reflection stared back at me, wild-eyed and disheveled. But as I watched, horrified, my reflection's lips curled into a smile I wasn't making. Hello, Sarah, my reflection said. We've been waiting for you. I stumbled backward, a scream caught in my throat. This wasn't possible. It couldn't be real. My reflection's smile widened, revealing teeth that were just a little too sharp. Oh, it's very real, Sarah. You opened the door when you tore that map. Now we're a part of you. No, I whispered, shaking my head. You're not real. You're just in my head. The reflection laughed, a sound that sent chills down my spine. Of course we're in your head, but why on earth should that mean we're not real? I turned and ran, bursting out of the cabin and into the forest. I didn't know where I was going, didn't care, I just had to get away. But you can't run from what's inside you. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing to my knees in a small clearing. As I gasped for breath, the whispers started up again, a cacophony of voices both familiar and alien. You can't escape us, Sarah. We're a part of you now. Join us. Embrace the power. Leave me alone, I screamed, clutching my head. Now, that's not very neighborly. The new voice, gruff and decidedly human, cut through the whispers like a knife. I looked up to see an old man standing at the edge of the clearing, leaning on a gnarled walking stick. He wore overalls and a flannel shirt, looking for all the world like he'd stepped out of a painting of rural Americana. You all right there, miss? He asked, eyeing me with concern. I struggled to my feet, not sure if I should be relieved or terrified. Was he real, or just another trick of this cursed forest? I don't know, I admitted. Who are you? Name's Jebediah, he said, taking a few steps closer. I live not far from here. Heard you screamin' and thought I'd best check it out. You live out here? I asked, incredulous. But the whispers, the keepers. Jebediah's face darkened. Ah, so you've met them, have you? Nasty business, that. My jaw dropped. You know about them? He nodded gravely. Been dealing with their kind for nigh on 50 years now. Come on, let's get you somewhere safe. You look like you could use a hot meal and a place to rest. Every instinct screamed at me not to trust him, but I was out of options. I followed Jebediah through the woods, the whispers in my head growing fainter with each step. His cabin was nothing like the decrepit structure I'd fled from earlier. It was well maintained, with smoke curling from the chimney and the warm glow of lamplight in the windows. As we stepped inside, I was hit by the aroma of something delicious cooking. My stomach growled, reminding me how long it had been since I'd eaten. Sit yourself down, Jebediah said, gesturing to a worn but comfortable-looking armchair. I'll fetch you some stew. I sank into the chair, feeling some of the tension leave my body. But as Jebediah bustled about in the kitchen, doubt began to creep in. Was this real, or just another trick? Another trap set by the keepers? Here you go, Jebediah said, returning with a steaming bowl. Eat up, you'll need your strength. I hesitated, then took the bowl. As I ate, Jebediah settled into the chair across from me. Now then, he said, his eyes sharp and assessing, why don't you tell me exactly what happened out there? So I did. I told him everything, from the first whispers I'd heard to my encounter with the Keepers of Whispers. As I spoke, Jebediah's face grew increasingly grim. When I finished, he let out a long sigh. You've gotten yourself into quite a pickle, Miss Sarah. The Keepers don't let go of their chosen ones easily. Chosen ones? I asked, a chill running down my spine. Jebediah nodded. They need human vessels to channel their power, to spread their influence beyond the forest. And you, my dear, have been marked as one such vessel. But I don't want this, I cried. I just want to go home to be normal again. I'm afraid normal isn't an option anymore, Jebediah said softly. But that doesn't mean all hope is lost. There are ways to fight them, to keep them from taking full control. He stood up and walked to a bookshelf, pulling down an ancient-looking tome. This here's been passed down through my family for generations. It contains knowledge about the Keepers and their ilk, rituals to ward them off, to strengthen your mind against their whispers. He handed me the book. As soon as my fingers touched the worn leather cover, I felt a jolt of something. Power? Recognition? I couldn't quite name it, but it felt significant. You're not alone in this fight, Sarah, Jebediah said, his voice kind but firm. But make no mistake, it is a fight. One you'll be waging for the rest of your life. I looked down at the book in my hands, then back up at Jebediah. Will you teach me? Help me understand what's happening to me? He smiled, a glimmer of something like pride in his eyes. That's why I'm here, child. to pass on what I know to those who need it. But I warn you, the path ahead won't be easy. The keepers will try to tempt you, to break you. You'll have to be stronger than you've ever been. As if on cue, the whispers in my head started up again, faint but insistent. But this time I felt a spark of defiance. I wasn't helpless anymore. I had knowledge, I had an ally, and most importantly, I had a choice. "I'm ready," I said, meeting Jebediah's gaze. "Whatever it takes, I'll fight them. I won't let them win." Jebediah nodded approvingly. "That's the spirit. Now let's begin your first lesson. The Keepers of Whispers are powerful, but they're not invincible. And you, Sarah, have a strength in you that they fear. It's time you learned how to use it." As Jebediah began to speak, his words weaving a tapestry of ancient lore and forgotten magics, I felt something shift inside me. The whispers were still there, but they seemed muted, held at bay by the power of knowledge and the strength of my own will. I knew the road ahead would be long and fraught with danger. The keepers wouldn't give up easily, and the battle for my soul was far from over. But for the first time since this nightmare began, I felt a glimmer of hope. Whatever came next, I would face it. I would fight. And maybe, just maybe, I would win. The old grandfather clock in Jebediah's cabin struck midnight, its sonorous chimes echoing through the small space. I sat cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by a circle of salt and herbs, the ancient tome open before me. Sweat beaded on my forehead as I struggled to focus on the words, fighting against the incessant whispers that clawed at the edges of my mind. "Concentrate, Sarah," Jebediah's gruff voice cut through the haze. "You must separate your thoughts from theirs. Find the barriers in your mind and fortify them." I gritted my teeth, redoubling my efforts. We'd been at this for hours, and I was exhausted, but I couldn't stop, couldn't give in. The alternative was unthinkable. "I'm trying," I gasped out, "but they're so loud, so persuasive." Jebediah's weathered hand came to rest on my shoulder. "I know, child, but you're stronger than they are. Remember, they need you. You don't need them." I nodded, taking a deep breath. I turned my attention back to the book, my lips moving silently as I recited the incantation. Slowly, painfully, I felt something shift within me. The whispers didn't stop, but they seemed to recede, as if pushed back by an invisible force. For a moment, blessed silence reigned in my mind. I looked up at Jebediah, a smile of triumph on my face. "I did it. The words died in my throat as I saw the expression on Jebediah's face. His eyes were wide with horror, fixed on a point just over my shoulder. "Jebediah?" I whispered. "What's wrong?" He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, an icy hand clamped down on my shoulder. I screamed, scrambling away and whirling around to face my attacker. What I saw made my blood run cold. It was me, or rather, a version of me. But this Sarah's eyes were pitch black, her skin pale and translucent, veins of darkness pulsing beneath the surface. "Hello, Sarah," my doppelganger said, her voice a twisted echo of my own. "Did you really think a few parlor tricks could keep us out?" I backed away, my heart pounding in my chest. "You're not real," I said, my voice shaking. "You're just in my head." The other Sarah laughed, the sound like breaking glass. "Oh, we're very real, and we're not just in your head anymore." She took a step forward, and I felt the floorboards creak beneath her feet. This was no hallucination. Somehow the whispers had taken physical form. "Get behind me, Sarah," Jebediah shouted, interposing himself between me and my doppelganger. He held up a charm, muttering words I couldn't understand. The other Sarah hissed, her form seeming to waver for a moment. But then she smiled, a terrible, knowing smile. "Your protections are weak, old man. We've grown stronger. And soon, we'll be strong enough to break free of this forest entirely, thanks to our dear Sarah here." "I won't let you use me," I said, finding my voice at last. "I'll fight you every step of the way." My doppelganger's smile widened. Oh, but you already are using us, Sarah. Can't you feel it? The power coursing through your veins? We can give you so much more. All you have to do is embrace us. And God help me. I could feel it. A thrumming energy just beneath my skin, wild and intoxicating. For a moment I wavered. Sarah, don't listen to her. Jebediah's voice seemed to come from far away. It's a trick. They'll consume you. I shook my head, trying to clear it. No, I said, my voice stronger now. I won't give in. I won't become like you. The other Sarah's face twisted in rage. Then you'll die. We'll hollow you out and wear your skin like a suit. We'll use your body to walk out of this forest and into the world of men. And there will be nothing left of Sarah Collins but a whisper in the wind. She lunged forward, her form shifting and stretching into something inhuman. I closed my eyes, bracing for impact. But it never came. I opened my eyes to see Jebediah standing before me, his arms outstretched. A shimmering barrier of light separated us from the creature that wore my face. "Run, Sarah!" Jebediah shouted, his voice strained. "I can't hold it back for long. You have to get out of here." "I can't leave you," I cried. "You must." He turned to look at me, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and determination. "Remember what I taught you. Find the source. End this." Before I could respond, the barrier shattered. The creature that had been my doppelganger surged forward, enveloping Jebediah in a mass of writhing shadows. I ran. Out of the cabin and into the dark forest, my feet pounding against the earth, branches whipping at my face. Behind me, I could hear an inhuman shriek of rage and triumph. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. Finally, I collapsed against a tree, gasping for breath. As I sat there, trying to gather my wits, I realized I was still clutching the ancient tome Jebediah had given me. "Find the source," I muttered, remembering his last words. "End this." With shaking hands, I opened the book, leafing through its pages until I found what I was looking for. A map, crude and ancient, showing the layout of the forest. And there, at its heart, was a symbol I recognized. The same one I'd seen carved into the trees around my campsite. The Whisper Tree. The source of the Keeper's power. I knew what I had to do. It was suicide, probably. But I couldn't let Jebediah's sacrifice be in vain. Couldn't let these things use me to escape the forest. As I stood, steeling myself for what lay ahead, I heard a twig snap behind me. I whirled around, expecting to see my doppelganger or one of the hooded keepers. Instead, I found myself face to face with a young man, maybe a few years older than me. He was dressed in hiking gear, a backpack slung over his shoulder. He looked as startled to see me as I was to see him. "Oh, thank God," he said, relief evident in his voice. "I thought I was the only one out here. I've been lost for days. I'm Jake, by the way." I stared at him, my mind racing. Was he real? Or another trick of the Keepers? "I'm Sarah," I said cautiously. How did you get here?" Jake ran a hand through his disheveled hair. "I was on a solo camping trip, went off the main trail to get some photos, and I don't know. Everything started to look the same. I've been wandering in circles, I think. Hearing things." My heart sank. He was like me. Another potential vessel for the Keepers. "Listen to me very carefully, Jake," I said, grabbing his arm. "We're in danger. This forest, it's not natural. There are things out here that want to hurt us, use us." Jake's eyes widened. "What are you talking about? What things?" Before I could answer, the whispers started up again, louder than ever before. I saw Jake flinch, his hands coming up to cover his ears. "You hear them too, don't you?" I asked. He nodded, his face pale. What are they?" "Bad news," I said grimly. "But I think I know how to stop them. Will you help me?" Jake hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "I don't understand what's happening, but yeah, I'll help." I felt a glimmer of hope. Maybe, just maybe, with Jake's help, I could do this. could end the nightmare once and for all. Okay, I said, showing him the map in the book. We need to get here, to the Whisper Tree. It won't be easy. The forest will try to stop us. The keepers will try to stop us, but we have to try. Jake swallowed hard, but there was determination in his eyes. Lead the way. As we set off into the depths of the forest, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. I could feel them pressing against my mind, seeking entry. But I held firm, drawing strength from Jake's presence and the knowledge in Jebediah's book. Whatever horrors awaited us at the Whisper Tree, whatever trials we would face along the way, I knew one thing for certain. This ended tonight. Then to my surprise it laughed, a sound like bones breaking. Very well, it said. If that is your choice, then by all means, proceed. It gestured towards a narrow path that I hadn't noticed before, leading deeper into the woods. The way is open, but be warned, Sarah Collins. The heart of our power is not a place for mortals. What you find there may break you in ways you cannot imagine. With that, the keeper vanished, melting back into the shadows as if it had never been. I helped Jake to his feet. He was pale and shaking, but his eyes were clear. What just happened? He asked. They're letting us go to the tree, I said, frowning. Which means... It's a trap, Jake finished. I nodded grimly. Almost certainly, but it's also our only chance. Are you still with me? Jake took a deep breath, then squared his shoulders. Let's finish this. We set off down the path, the trees pressing in close on either side. The further we went, the more the forest seemed to change. The plants here were wrong somehow, their colors too vivid, their shapes too angular. I saw flowers with teeth, vines that seemed to reach for us as we passed. And always, the whispers continued. They were quieter now, but more insidious. I could almost make out words, promises of power, of knowledge beyond mortal ken. I glanced at Jake and saw him clenching his jaw, fighting against the temptation. After what felt like hours but could have been minutes, we emerged into a vast clearing, and there, at its center, stood the Whisper Tree. It was enormous, its trunk wider than a house, its branches reaching up to claw at the sky. But it was the carvings that covered every inch of its surface that truly caught the eye. Symbols, thousands upon thousands of them, glowing with a faint, pulsing light. My God, Jake breathed. What is this place? The source, I said, approaching the tree, the heart of their power. As we drew closer, I could feel the energy emanating from the tree, a thrumming vibration that seemed to resonate in my very bones. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. I opened the book, flipping to the page that described the ritual. Okay, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. We need to form a circle around the tree. Then we recite this incantation and... And what? Jake asked when I trailed off. I swallowed hard. And then one of us has to merge with the tree, become a conduit to sever the keeper's connection. Jake's eyes widened. Merge with? Sarah, what does that mean exactly? I don't know, I admitted. But I don't think it's something you come back from. Understanding dawned in Jake's eyes. No, he said firmly. Absolutely not. There has to be another way. But before I could respond, a new voice cut through the clearing, familiar yet twisted. Wrong. Oh, but there is no other way, dear Sarah. I turned to see my doppelganger stepping out from behind the Whisper Tree, but she wasn't alone. Jebediah was with her, his eyes black and empty, his kindly face twisted into a cruel smirk. Jebediah, I gasped. But how? Did you really think your pitiful attempts at protection could keep us out? My double sneered. Poor, foolish Sarah, always so eager to trust, to help. It makes you so very easy to manipulate. You're lying, I said, but doubt gnawed at me. Jebediah fought you. He helped me. The thing wearing Jebediah's face laughed. Of course he did. We needed you to learn, to grow stronger, to become a worthy vessel. Jake stepped forward, placing himself between me and the doppelgangers. "Stay back," he warned. "We know how to stop you." My double's smile widened, revealing teeth that were just a little too sharp. "Oh, we're counting on it. You see, the ritual is real. But did you really think we'd leave the means of our destruction just lying around in an old book?" Horror dawned as I realized the truth. The ritual, it won't destroy you. It'll make you stronger. "Give the girl a prize," Jebediah's voice mocked. "One final sacrifice, freely given, to break the last of our bonds, to allow us to spread beyond this forest and into the world of men." "We won't do it," I said, backing away. "We'll find another way." My doppelganger's face twisted in rage. "There is no other way," she shrieked. "You'll complete the ritual, or we'll hollow you out and wear your skin like a suit. We'll use your body to walk out of this forest, and there will be nothing left of Sarah Collins but a whisper in the wind." She lunged forward, her form shifting and stretching into something inhuman. I saw Jake move to intercept her, but Jebediah was faster. He grabbed Jake, his strength impossibly enhanced, and began to drag him towards the whisper tree. "No!" I screamed, running towards them. But my doppelganger was there, blocking my path. "Choose, Sarah," she hissed. "Complete the ritual or watch your friend die." Time seemed to slow. I looked at Jake, struggling in Jebediah's grasp. At the whisper tree, its symbols pulsing with malevolent light. At the book in my hands, which now felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. In that moment, I knew what I had to do. What I'd known, deep down, since the moment I'd read about the ritual. "Okay," I said quietly. "I'll do it. I'll complete the ritual." My doppelganger's face lit up with triumph. "Excellent. Begin the incantation." I opened the book, my hands shaking. But as I did, I caught Jake's eye. Something passed between us, an understanding, a shared resolve. I began to recite the words, my voice growing stronger with each syllable. The symbols on the whisper tree began to glow brighter, the whispers rising to a fever pitch. My doppelganger was practically vibrating with anticipation. "Yes," she hissed. "Yes." But as I spoke the final word, I didn't step towards the tree. Instead, I hurled the book into its branches with all my might. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like the world tearing apart, the whisper tree erupted in flames. The clearing erupted into chaos. My doppelganger screamed, her form melting and twisting. Jebediah released Jake, clawing at his own face as if trying to tear it off. "Run!" I yelled to Jake, grabbing his hand. We fled into the forest, the sounds of inhuman shrieks following us. Behind us, the whisper tree burned, its light casting long shadows that seemed to reach for us with grasping fingers. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs felt like lead. Finally, we collapsed against a fallen log, gasping for breath. "Is it over?" Jake panted. I looked back the way we had come. The glow of the burning tree was still visible, but fainter now. And the whispers were gone. "I think so," I said, hardly daring to believe it. "I think we did it." Jake let out a shaky laugh. "Holy shit, we actually did it." As the adrenaline began to fade, the full weight of what we'd been through settled over us. I felt tears pricking at my eyes, and didn't try to hold them back. Jake put an arm around me, and I leaned into him, taking comfort in his solid presence. We sat there for a long time, watching the glow of the burning tree fade into the darkness. Finally, as the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees, we stood up. The forest around us looked normal. Just trees and underbrush. No sign of the otherworldly horrors we'd faced. "Come on," I said, taking Jake's hand. "Let's go home." As we began to walk, following a path that seemed to have appeared overnight, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. Not just in the forest, but in me. The whispers were gone, but in their place was something else. A knowledge, a power that I didn't fully understand. But that was a problem for another day. For now, we had survived. We had won. And as we emerged from the forest into the bright light of a new day, I felt something I hadn't felt in what seemed like forever. Hope. The nightmare was over. But something told me our adventure was just beginning. The harsh fluorescent lights of the hospital room made Sarah's eyes ache. She'd been here for 3 days now, ever since she and Jake had stumbled out of the forest and collapsed on the side of the road. The doctors called it extreme dehydration and exhaustion. They didn't know the half of it. A soft knock at the door roused Sarah from her thoughts. Jake poked his head in, a hesitant smile on his face. "Hey," he said. "Feel up for a visitor?" Sarah nodded, grateful for the company. As Jake settled into the chair beside her bed, she noticed the dark circles under his eyes, the haunted look that hadn't left his face since they escaped the forest. "How are you holding up?" she asked. Jake shrugged. "About as well as can be expected, I guess. The nightmares are pretty intense." Sarah reached out and squeezed his hand. "I know. Me too." They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, each lost in their own thoughts. Finally, Jake spoke up. "Sarah, have you noticed anything strange since we got back?" She tensed. "Strange how?" Jake leaned in, lowering his voice. "I don't know exactly. It's just, sometimes I think I can still hear them. The whispers. Not like before, but echoes maybe. And sometimes when I'm not thinking about it, I can do things. Little things, but..." He trailed off, then held out his hand. Sarah watched, amazed, as a pen on her bedside table rolled across the surface and into Jake's waiting palm. "Holy shit," she breathed. "Jake, how did you..." He shook his head. "I don't know. It just happens." "Sarah, what's happening to us?" Before she could answer, a nurse bustled into the room. "All right, Miss Collins, time for your medication." As the nurse fiddled with Sarah's IV, Jake stood up. "I should go, but we'll talk more later, okay?" Sarah nodded, watching him leave with a growing sense of unease. Because the truth was, she'd been experiencing strange things too. Flashes of knowledge she shouldn't have, dreams that felt more like memories, but not her own. And sometimes in the quiet of the night, she could still hear the whispers. A week later, Sarah stood in front of her apartment building, Jake at her side. The doctors had finally cleared her to go home, though they'd insisted on scheduling follow-up appointments to monitor her recovery. "You sure you're going to be okay on your own?" Jake asked, concern evident in his voice. Sarah nodded. "Yeah, I think so. I need some time to process everything, you know?" Jake looked like he wanted to argue, but instead he just pulled her into a tight hug. "Call me if you need anything, okay? Day or night." As Sarah watched him drive away, she felt a pang of guilt. She hadn't told Jake about her plan. Couldn't risk him trying to talk her out of it. Because Sarah wasn't going to her apartment. She had somewhere else to be. The library was quiet, almost empty in the late afternoon lull. Sarah made her way to the reference section, her eyes scanning the shelves until she found what she was looking for. Books on local history, folklore, and unexplained phenomena. She'd been researching for hours when a voice startled her out of her concentration. "Quite the eclectic reading list you've got there." Sarah looked up to see an elderly woman standing over her table, eyeing the stacks of books with interest. There was something about her that made Sarah's skin prickle, a sharpness to her gaze that seemed at odds with her grandmotherly appearance. "Just doing some research," Sarah said cautiously. The old woman's lips curved into a knowing smile. "On the Whisperwoods, I see. Fascinating place. Full of secrets." Sarah felt her heart skip a beat. You know about the woods?" The woman pulled out a chair and sat down, her movement spry despite her apparent age. "Oh yes, my dear. I know quite a bit about those woods, and about the people who come out of them. Changed." Sarah leaned forward, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Who are you?" "My name is Mabel," the woman said, "and I'm someone who can help you understand what's happening to you. if you're willing to listen." For a moment, Sarah hesitated. Every instinct screamed at her to run, to get as far away from this woman and any talk of the woods as possible. But the need for answers was stronger. "I'm listening," she said. Mabel nodded, seemingly satisfied. "Not here," she said, glancing around the library. "There are too many ears, even in places that seem empty. Come to this address tonight at midnight." She slid a piece of paper across the table. "And Sarah, come alone." Before Sarah could respond, Mabel stood and walked away, disappearing between the bookshelves as if she'd never been there at all. The address led Sarah to an old Victorian house on the outskirts of town. As she approached the front door, it swung open of its own accord. Sarah took a deep breath and stepped inside. The interior was dimly lit by candles, casting flickering shadows on walls covered in strange symbols and arcane diagrams. In the center of the room stood Mabel, surrounded by a circle of salt and herbs. "Welcome, Sarah," she said. "Are you ready to learn the truth?" Sarah nodded, her mouth suddenly dry. "Yes. I need to know what's happening to me. To Jake." Mabel's expression grew serious. "The Keepers of Whispers are ancient beings, Sarah, older than humanity itself. They've been trapped in those woods for millennia, seeking a way to break free and reclaim the world that was once theirs." "But we stopped them," Sarah protested. "The Whisper Tree burned. The ritual failed." Mabel shook her head. "You delayed them, child, weakened them perhaps. But they cannot be destroyed so easily. And in your victory, you may have sealed your own fate." A chill ran down Sarah's spine. "What do you mean?" "The ritual you interrupted was meant to create a conduit, a bridge between their world and ours. But instead of channeling their essence into a single vessel, it scattered. And you and your friend, being the closest, absorbed some of that power." Sarah's mind reeled. "So the things we can do, the whispers we still hear, are echoes of the Keeper's power," Mabel finished. "You've become vessels of a sort, though incomplete ones, and the Keepers will stop at nothing to reclaim what they see as rightfully theirs." "How do we stop them?" Sarah asked, her voice shaking. "How do we get rid of this power?" Mabel's eyes gleamed in the candlelight. "That, my dear, is the wrong question. The power is a part of you now. The real question is, how will you use it?" Before Sarah could respond, a loud crash came from outside. The front door burst open and Jake stumbled in, his face pale with fear. "Sarah," he gasped. "Thank God I found you. They're coming. The Keepers. They found us." As if in response to his words, an unearthly howl split the night air. Sarah ran to the window and felt her blood run cold. Shadows were coalescing in the street, taking on familiar hooded forms. "We have to run," Jake said, grabbing her arm. "We have to." "No," Sarah said, surprising herself with the steel in her voice. "No more running." She turned to Mabel, who was watching the scene with an unreadable expression. "You said the power is part of us now, so teach us how to use it." Mabel smiled, a fierce, predatory expression that made her look decades younger. "Oh, my dear, I thought you'd never ask." As the shadows outside grew closer, Sarah felt something awaken inside her, a well of power she'd only glimpsed before. She looked at Jake and saw the same realization dawning in his eyes. The Keepers of Whispers had come to reclaim what they saw as theirs. But Sarah and Jake were done being victims, done being afraid. It was time to show the Keepers that their power had found a new home, and that this time, they were the ones who should be afraid. As the first of the shadow forms reached the porch, Sarah felt the whispers rise up inside her. But this time, she didn't try to silence them. This time, she embraced them. And as power surged through her veins, Sarah realized that their nightmare wasn't over. It was just beginning. But this time, they weren't running from the darkness. They were the darkness, and the Keepers of Whispers were about to learn what it meant to fear their own creations. The air crackled with an otherworldly energy as Sarah stood in the doorway of Mabel's Victorian house. Jake at her side. The Keepers of Whispers advanced, their hooded forms seeming to absorb the very light around them. "Remember," Mabel's voice came from behind them, calm despite the impending danger. "The power is yours now. Shape it. Control it. Don't let it control you." Sarah nodded, her eyes fixed on the approaching shadows. She could feel the whispers rising within her, no longer a cacophony of alien voices, but a symphony she could direct. Beside her, Jake's breath came in short, sharp bursts. "I don't know if I can do this," he muttered. Sarah reached out and grabbed his hand. "Together," she said. "We do this together." The lead keeper stopped at the edge of the porch, its featureless face turned towards them. When it spoke, its voice was like dry leaves rustling in a graveyard. "You cannot hope to stand against us, children. Return what is ours, and your deaths will be quick." Sarah felt a surge of anger, hot and fierce. "Quick like Jebediah's?" she spat. "Or all the others you've used and discarded over the centuries?" The keeper tilted its head, an eerily human gesture. "The old man served his purpose, as did all who came before. As will you." "I don't think so," Sarah said, her voice low and dangerous. She raised her free hand, feeling the power surge through her. "We're done being your puppets." With a thought, she sent a blast of energy towards the keeper. It hit like a physical force, sending the creature stumbling backward. The other keepers hissed, a sound like steam escaping a pressurized valve. "Now, Jake," Sarah yelled. Jake raised his own hand, his face a mask of concentration. The whispers rose to a fever pitch, and suddenly the ground beneath the keeper's feet began to writhe and twist. Roots burst from the earth, wrapping around the shadowy forms like grasping fingers. For a moment, Sarah allowed herself to hope. But then the lead keeper laughed, a sound that sent chills down her spine. "Impressive," it said, "but ultimately futile." With a gesture, the roots withered and died. The keepers advanced, their movements now more predatory, more purposeful. "Sarah!" Jake's voice was tight with fear. "What do we do?" Before she could answer, one of the keepers lunged forward with impossible speed. Its hand, more shadow than substance, closed around Jake's throat. He gasped, his eyes wide with panic. "No!" Sarah screamed. She reached for the power inside her, desperately trying to shape it into something that could save Jake. But it slipped through her mental grasp like smoke. "You see?" the lead keeper said, its voice almost gentle. "You are not ready for this power. Give it back to us, its rightful owners, and we will spare your friend." Sarah felt tears of frustration burning in her eyes. They were so close. They had the power. Why couldn't she control it? "Sarah," Mabel's voice cut through her panic. The old woman stood in the doorway, her eyes gleaming with an inner fire. "Remember what I told you. The power is yours now. It's a part of you. Stop trying to use it like a tool and start feeling it like an extension of yourself." Sarah took a shuddering breath, forcing herself to calm down. She closed her eyes, reaching inside herself. The whispers were there, as always, but now she didn't try to grasp them. Instead, she let them flow through her like blood in her veins. When she opened her eyes, the world looked different. She could see the threads of power connecting everything: the house, the trees, the keepers, Jake, and she knew exactly what to do. With a thought, she severed the connection between the keeper and Jake. The shadowy hand dissolved, and Jake fell to his knees, gasping for air. The keepers recoiled, hissing in shock and anger. "How?" the leader demanded. "How are you doing this?" Sarah smiled, a fierce, predatory expression. "You said it yourself. We're not ready for this power. We're beyond it." She reached out with her mind, feeling for the threads that connected the keepers to their source of power. With a mental twist, she began to unravel them. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The keepers began to shriek, their forms wavering and dissolving at the edges. They tried to retreat, but Sarah held them in place with the force of her will. "Jake," she said, her voice calm despite the strain, "I need your help. Can you feel the connections? Jake nodded, his eyes wide with wonder. I think so. What do I do? Help me sever them. Imagine cutting a rope, over and over again. Jake closed his eyes in concentration. Sarah felt his power join with hers, amplifying her efforts. The keeper's shrieks rose to a fever pitch, their forms unraveling faster and faster. This isn't possible, the lead keeper wailed. We are eternal. We cannot be destroyed. Maybe not, Sarah growled, but you can be unmade. With a final titanic effort, Sarah and Jake severed the last connection. There was a moment of absolute silence, as if the whole world was holding its breath. Then, with a sound like reality itself tearing apart, the Keepers of Whispers exploded into nothingness. The backlash of power sent Sarah and Jake flying backward. They hit the porch hard, the breath knocked out of them. For a long moment, they lay there, gasping and stunned. Finally, Jake pushed himself up on shaking arms. Is it over? Sarah sat up slowly, every muscle in her body screaming in protest. She looked out at the street where the keepers had been. There was no sign of them, no scorch marks, no residual shadows. It was as if they had never existed. I think so, she said. I think we really did it this time. Mabel appeared beside them, offering a hand to help them up. You did indeed, she said, her voice filled with pride and something else. Relief, perhaps. You've done what no one else has managed in thousands of years. You've freed us all from the Keeper's influence. As Sarah got to her feet, she realized something had changed. The whispers, which had been a constant presence in her mind since that night in the forest, were gone. In their place was silence. Beautiful, peaceful silence. They're gone, she breathed. The whispers, I can't hear them anymore. Jake's eyes widened. Me neither. Does that mean, are we normal again? Mabel chuckled, the sound warm and rich. Oh, my dears, you were never normal, and you never will be again. The power the Keepers possessed is gone, yes. But the power you wielded tonight, that came from within you, it always has. Sarah and Jake exchanged a look of shock and dawning excitement. So we can still... Jake began. As if in answer, the pen in Mabel's pocket floated out and did a little dance in the air before settling back into place. Oh yes, Mabel said, her eyes twinkling. Your journey is just beginning. There's so much for you to learn, so much potential to explore. Sarah felt a thrill of excitement mixed with a healthy dose of fear. Will you teach us? She asked. Mabel's smile widened. My dear, I thought you'd never ask. But first, I think you both could use a good night's sleep. Real sleep, without nightmares or whispers. As if on cue, Sarah felt the adrenaline drain out of her, leaving behind a bone-deep exhaustion. That sounds amazing, she admitted. Jake nodded in agreement, stifling a yawn. Yeah, I could sleep for a week. Mabel ushered them inside, her movements spry despite her apparent age. Rest now, she said. Tomorrow we begin your real training. As Sarah settled into one of Mabel's spare rooms, she felt a sense of peace she hadn't experienced in what felt like lifetimes. The nightmare was truly over. The Keepers were gone, their malevolent influence erased from the world. But as she drifted off to sleep, Sarah couldn't help but wonder. If the Keepers of Whispers were real, what other secrets and dangers might be lurking in the shadows of the world? And would she and Jake be ready to face them? Her last thought before sleep claimed her was a mixture of excitement and determination. Whatever came next, they would face it together. And this time, they wouldn't be victims or pawns. This time, they would be the ones doing the whispering. And the world better be ready to listen. 6 months had passed since the night Sarah and Jake had unmade the Keepers of Whispers. 6 months of intense training under Mabel's watchful eye. 6 months of discovering the true extent of their newfound abilities. Sarah stood in the center of Mabel's backyard, her eyes closed, feeling the energy of the world around her. She could sense the life force of every blade of grass, every insect, every bird in the trees. And beyond that, she could feel the ley lines, currents of mystical energy that crisscrossed the earth like invisible rivers. Focus, Sarah. Mabel's voice cut through her concentration. Don't just observe the energy. Shape it. Control it. Sarah took a deep breath, reaching out with her mind. She envisioned the ley lines bending to her will, channeling their power into a single point. When she opened her eyes, a ball of swirling energy hovered between her palms. Very good, Mabel nodded approvingly. Now, Jake, your turn. Jake stepped forward, his face a mask of concentration. He raised his hands, and the earth beneath their feet began to tremble. Slowly, a column of stone rose from the ground, twisting and shaping itself into an intricate sculpture. Impressive, Mabel said. You've both come so far in such a short time. Sarah let the energy dissipate, feeling a familiar mix of pride and unease. Mabel, she said hesitantly, don't get me wrong. I'm grateful for everything you've taught us. But why? Why us? Why are you helping us master these abilities? Mabel's expression grew serious. Walk with me, she said, gesturing towards the woods that bordered her property. As they followed her into the tree line, Sarah exchanged a worried glance with Jake. Despite months of training, Mabel remained something of an enigma. She clearly knew far more than she let on, but getting straight answers out of her was like pulling teeth. When they reached a small clearing, Mabel turned to face them. What I'm about to tell you may be difficult to hear, she said, but you need to understand the gravity of your situation. Sarah felt a chill run down her spine. What do you mean? Mabel sighed, suddenly looking every one of her years. The Keepers of Whispers were not the only ancient forces in this world. There are others, beings and organizations that have existed in the shadows for millennia, and your defeat of the Keepers has drawn their attention. Jake's eyes widened. Are you saying we're in danger? You've always been in danger, Mabel said bluntly, from the moment you set foot in those woods, but now you're a threat. And there are those who will stop at nothing to eliminate that threat. Sarah felt her heart racing. Who? Who's after us? Mabel shook her head. It's not that simple. There are factions within factions, alliances and betrayals that span centuries. Some will want to recruit you, others will want to study you, and some will want to destroy you. Jesus, Jake muttered. So what do we do? You prepare, Mabel said firmly. You train harder than ever before, and you stay alert, because sooner or later they will come for you. As if summoned by her words, a twig snapped somewhere in the woods behind them. Sarah whirled around, her hands already glowing with energy. Jake dropped into a defensive stance, the ground beneath his feet rippling in response to his agitation. Well, well, a silky voice drifted from the shadows. Mabel, my dear. Still playing the mentor to lost little lambs, I see. A figure stepped into the clearing, a man in an impeccably tailored suit, his silver hair slicked back, his eyes hidden behind mirrored sunglasses. Despite the casual elegance of his appearance, Sarah felt an immediate sense of danger. This man was a predator, every bit as deadly as the Keepers had been. Nathaniel. Mabel's voice was cold. I thought I made it clear you weren't welcome here. The man, Nathaniel, smiled, revealing teeth that were just a little too sharp. Come now, Mabel. You didn't really think you could keep these two a secret forever, did you? The defeat of the Keepers sent ripples through the hidden world. Everyone's talking about the two humans who did the impossible. He turned his gaze to Sarah and Jake, and even through the sunglasses, Sarah could feel the weight of his scrutiny. So these are the famous Sarah Collins and Jake Reeves. I must say I expected something more. Jake bristled. Who the hell are you? Nathaniel's smile widened. I'm the man who's going to make you an offer you'd be very foolish to refuse. Sarah felt the power inside her surge, responding to her anger and fear. We're not interested in any offers. She spat. "Oh, but you haven't heard it yet," Nathaniel said, his voice smooth as silk. "How would you like to be part of something greater than yourselves? To use your abilities to shape the very course of history?" Mabel stepped between them, her own power radiating off her in waves. "They're not interested, Nathaniel. Leave. Now." For a moment, the air itself seemed to thicken with tension. Sarah could feel the clash of wills between Mabel and Nathaniel, two titans squaring off. Then, abruptly, Nathaniel relaxed. "Very well," he said, straightening his already immaculate tie. "But this isn't over. The world is changing, Mabel. The old ways are dying. Your protégés here? They're just the beginning." He turned to leave, then paused, glancing back over his shoulder. "Oh, and Sarah, Jake, when you get tired of hiding in the woods playing with parlor tricks, give me a call. I'll show you what real power looks like." With that, he melted back into the shadows, leaving no trace that he'd ever been there at all. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Jake let out a shaky breath. "Holy shit," he muttered. "What was that? Who was that guy?" Mabel's face was grim. "That," she said, "was Nathaniel Blackwood, head of the Obsidian Council and one of the most dangerous men in the world." Sarah felt a chill run down her spine. "What's the Obsidian Council?" "An organization of individuals with abilities," Mabel explained. "They've existed for centuries, operating from the shadows, manipulating world events to suit their own agenda." "And they want us to join them?" Jake asked, disbelief evident in his voice. Mabel nodded. "You two represent a new source of power, one they don't fully understand. They'll want to control that power, use it for their own ends." Sarah's mind was reeling. Just when she thought she was getting a handle on this new reality, the rug had been pulled out from under her once again. "So what do we do?" she asked. Mabel's expression softened. "For now, we continue your training. We prepare for whatever may come, and we stay vigilant." As they made their way back to the house, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that their lives had just become infinitely more complicated. The defeat of the Keepers hadn't been an end, as she'd hoped. It had been a beginning. That night, as Sarah lay in bed, sleep eluding her, she heard a soft knock at her door. "Come in," she called out. Jake entered, his face pale in the moonlight streaming through the window. "Couldn't sleep either, huh?" he asked. Sarah shook her head. "Too much to think about." Jake sat on the edge of her bed, running a hand through his hair. "Sarah, what are we going to do? This is bigger than anything we ever imagined." She reached out and took his hand, feeling the familiar spark of energy that always passed between them. "I don't know," she admitted. "But whatever comes next, we face it together, right?" Jake squeezed her hand, a small smile tugging at his lips. "Together," he agreed. As they sat there, drawing comfort from each other's presence, Sarah couldn't help but think about Nathaniel's words. The world was changing, and for better or worse, she and Jake were at the center of that change. Whatever the future held, whatever dangers or temptations lay ahead, Sarah knew one thing for certain. The whispers that had once tormented them were now a source of strength, and they would use that strength to forge their own path, no matter who or what stood in their way. The game had changed. The stakes were higher than ever. But Sarah and Jake were no longer pawns. They were players now, and they were ready to make their move. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the window, Sarah felt a sense of resolve settle over her. Whatever came next, they would face it head-on, because they were no longer victims of the whispers. They were the whispers themselves, and the world better be ready to listen. The crackle of energy filled the air as Sarah deflected another of Jake's attacks. They had been sparring for hours, pushing their abilities to the limit under Mabel's watchful eye. "Good," Mabel called out. "Now, Jake, try to anticipate her movements. Sarah, don't just react. Shape the energy around you." Sarah gritted her teeth, sweat beading on her forehead. She could feel the ley lines pulsing beneath her feet, and with a thought, she redirected their flow. The air around her shimmered, forming a protective barrier. Jake's next attack, a barrage of stone shards he'd pulled from the earth, dissipated harmlessly against her shield. He grinned, a fierce light in his eyes. Nice one. But how about this? The ground beneath Sarah's feet suddenly liquefied, threatening to swallow her whole. She yelped in surprise, then focused her will. The energy barrier around her expanded, solidifying the earth and propelling her into the air. For a moment, she hovered there, marveling at the sensation. Then gravity reasserted itself and she began to fall. "Sarah," Jake cried out, his face pale with concern. But Sarah was ready. She reached out with her mind, feeling for the currents of energy that flowed through the air. With a mental twist, she redirected them, slowing her descent until she landed softly on her feet. "Impressive." Mabel nodded approvingly. "Both of you have come so far. I think that's enough for today." As they made their way back to the house, Sarah couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. 6 months ago, she could barely light a candle with her mind. Now, she was manipulating fundamental forces of nature. But with that pride came a nagging sense of unease. The encounter with Nathaniel Blackwood 2 weeks ago had shaken her more than she cared to admit. The world they were stepping into was far larger and more dangerous than she had imagined. Inside, Mabel busied herself making tea while Sarah and Jake collapsed onto the couch, exhausted but exhilarated. "So," Jake said, breaking the comfortable silence, "when do you think we'll be ready?" Sarah didn't have to ask what he meant. It was the question that had been hanging over them ever since Nathaniel's visit. When would they be ready to leave the safety of Mabel's tutelage and face the wider world? Mabel returned with steaming mugs of tea, her expression thoughtful. "That's not a decision I can make for you," she said. "You've both grown immensely in your abilities. But power isn't everything. The world out there, it's complex, dangerous, full of shades of gray." Sarah sipped her tea, letting the warmth spread through her. "You think we're not ready?" she said. It wasn't a question. Mabel sighed. "I think you're as ready as you can be, given the circumstances. But I worry. The Obsidian Council isn't the only group that will be interested in you. There are other factions, other agendas, and not all of them will be as direct as Nathaniel." Jake leaned forward, his face serious. "Then teach us about them. Help us understand what we're up against." For a long moment, Mabel was silent, her eyes distant. Then she nodded, as if coming to a decision. "Very well. But I warn you, this knowledge comes with a price. Once you understand the true nature of the hidden world, there's no going back to blissful ignorance." Sarah and Jake exchanged a glance, then nodded in unison. "We're ready," Sarah said. Mabel set down her tea and stood. "Follow me," she said. She led them to a room they had never been allowed to enter before, a study lined with ancient books and strange artifacts. At the center stood a large table covered in an intricate map, unlike any Sarah had ever seen. "This," Mabel said, gesturing to the map, "is the true face of our world. The ley lines, the centers of power, the territories of various factions, it's all here." Sarah and Jake leaned in, mesmerized. The map seemed to shift and change as they watched. Glowing lines crisscrossing continents, pulsing nodes of energy scattered across the globe. "The Obsidian Council controls much of Europe and North America," Mabel explained, pointing to large swathes of the map. "But they're not unopposed. The Crimson Circle holds sway in much of Asia. The Children of Gaia are strongest in Africa and South America." "And what about these?" Jake asked, pointing to darker areas on the map, places where the glowing lines seemed to twist and distort. Mabel's expression grew grim. "Those are the blighted zones, places where reality itself has been warped by powerful rituals or catastrophic events. The Keepers of Whispers created several of these over the millennia. Others, well, their origins are better left unspoken." Sarah felt a chill run down her spine. "And where do we fit into all this?" Mabel turned to face them, her eyes intense. "That, my dear, is the question you must answer for yourselves. Each of these factions would welcome you, for your power if nothing else. But each has its own agenda, its own vision for the future. And if we don't want to join any of them, Jake asked. A small smile tugged at Mabel's lips. Then you forge your own path. But be warned, neutrality is rarely an option in this world. Sooner or later you'll have to choose a side, or have one chosen for you. As if on cue, a sharp crack echoed through the house. Sarah and Jake whirled around, hands raised defensively. Mabel, however, merely sighed. It seems, she said, that the choice may be coming sooner than we thought. She strode out of the study, Sarah and Jake close on her heels. In the living room, they found a sight that made Sarah's breath catch in her throat. A tear hung in the air, a rip in the very fabric of reality. Through it, she could see glimpses of a place that hurt her eyes to look at, all twisting geometries and impossible colors. And stepping through that tear was a figure that could have been human, if humans were made of living shadow and starlight. Mabel, the figure said, its voice like the chiming of crystal bells. It has been too long. Mabel's posture was tense, but her voice remained calm. Azrael, to what do we owe the pleasure? The figure, Azrael, turned its gaze to Sarah and Jake. Sarah felt as if she were being examined down to her very soul. The balance shifts, Azrael said. The defeat of the Keepers has set events in motion that cannot be undone. A choice must be made. Jake stepped forward, his jaw set. What choice? Azrael's form rippled, like heat haze on a summer day. To shape the future, or be shaped by it. To embrace your destiny, or flee from it. To stand with us against the coming darkness, or be consumed by it. Sarah felt as if the room were spinning. Who are you? She managed to ask. What are you? For a moment, Azrael's form seemed to expand, filling the room with a presence that was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. We are the guardians of the veil, the last line of defense against forces that would unmake reality itself. And we need you. Mabel stepped between them, her own power flaring. They're not ready, she said firmly. They need more time. Azrael's form condensed once more. Time, it said, is the one luxury we no longer have. With a gesture, the tear in reality widened. Through it, Sarah could see flashes of destruction. Cities in flames, people running in terror, the sky itself torn asunder. This, Azrael said, is what awaits if the balance is not restored. The defeat of the Keepers was only the beginning. Greater threats loom on the horizon. We need you, Sarah Collins and Jake Reeves, to help us face them. Sarah felt as if she were standing on the edge of a precipice. Everything she had learned, everything she had become in the past 6 months, had led to this moment. She looked at Jake and saw the same mix of fear and determination in his eyes. What happens if we say no? Jake asked, his voice steady despite the trembling Sarah could feel through their linked hands. Azrael's form seemed to dim slightly. Then we will do what we can without you. But know this. The choice you make today will echo through eternity. The fate of worlds hangs in the balance. Sarah took a deep breath, feeling the weight of destiny settling on her shoulders. She thought of all they had been through, all they had overcome. The terror of the Whisperwoods seemed like a lifetime ago. They were different people now, stronger, more capable. But were they ready for this? She looked at Mabel, the woman who had guided them, trained them, prepared them for a world they could scarcely imagine. Mabel's expression was conflicted, a mix of pride and worry. The choice is yours, Mabel said softly. Whatever you decide, know that you will always have a home here. Sarah squeezed Jake's hand, drawing strength from his presence. Then she turned to face Azrael, her decision made. We'll go with you, she said, her voice stronger than she felt. But on one condition. We're not your soldiers or your pawns. We fight alongside you, not for you. And if at any point we don't like what we see, we walk away. Deal? For a long moment, Azrael was silent. Then its form shimmered, and Sarah could have sworn she saw a smile in those starlit depths. "Deal," Azrael said. "Welcome Sarah Collins and Jake Reeves to the ranks of the Guardians. Your journey begins now." As Sarah and Jake stepped towards the portal, leaving behind the safety of Mabel's home and stepping into an uncertain future, Sarah couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement mixed with her fear. The whispers that had once haunted her dreams now sang in her blood, a symphony of power and possibility. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever darkness threatened to engulf the world, she and Jake would face it together. They were no longer victims or pawns. They were guardians now, and the multiverse itself would tremble at their approach. As the portal closed behind them, whisking them away to realms unknown, Sarah's last thought was a mixture of determination and wonder. The true adventure, it seemed, was only just beginning. The transition through Azrael's portal was unlike anything Sarah had ever experienced. It felt as if her body was being pulled apart and reassembled, atom by atom. Colors she had no names for flashed before her eyes, and sounds that defied description filled her ears. For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, she feared she might lose herself in the cacophony of sensations. Then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. Sarah found herself standing on solid ground once more, gasping for breath. Beside her, Jake stumbled, his face pale. "You all right?" she asked, reaching out to steady him. Jake nodded, swallowing hard. "Yeah, just give me a second to remember which way is up." As their senses adjusted, Sarah and Jake began to take in their surroundings. They stood in what appeared to be a vast chamber, its walls shimmering with the same otherworldly energy they had glimpsed through the portal. The ceiling, if there was one, was lost in shadows far above, and scattered throughout the space were beings. Some appeared human, or nearly so. Others were so alien in form that Sarah's mind struggled to comprehend them. Azrael materialized beside them, its starlit form pulsing gently. "Welcome," it said, "to the Nexus, the crossroads of realities, and the headquarters of the Guardians of the Veil." Sarah's head spun as she tried to process what she was seeing. "This is incredible," she breathed. Jake, however, was more focused on practicalities. "So what happens now?" he asked. "You said you needed our help. What exactly are we up against?" Azrael's form rippled, a gesture Sarah was beginning to interpret as the equivalent of a nod. "Follow me," it said. "There is much to explain, and time grows short." As they made their way through the chamber, Sarah couldn't help but notice the looks they were receiving from the other occupants. Some seemed curious, others wary. A few even appeared openly hostile. "They're not used to newcomers," Azrael explained, noticing her discomfort. "Especially not ones with your unique abilities." They arrived at what appeared to be a command center of sorts. A massive holographic display dominated the space, showing what Sarah realized with a start was not just Earth, but countless versions of it, layered atop one another like transparencies. A figure stepped forward to greet them, a woman who appeared to be in her 50s, with steel-gray hair and eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of ages. "Azrael," she said, her voice carrying an accent Sarah couldn't quite place. "These are the ones you spoke of." Azrael's form pulsed in affirmation. "Sarah Collins and Jake Reeves," it said. "The ones who unmade the Keepers of Whispers." The woman's eyebrows rose slightly. "Impressive," she said. "I am Ilara, High Guardian of the Seventh Sphere. Welcome to our ranks." Sarah and Jake exchanged a glance, then Jake spoke up. "Look, we appreciate the welcome and all, but we're still in the dark here. What exactly is going on? What's this threat you keep mentioning?" Ilara's expression grew grave. "Tell me," she said. "What do you know of the multiverse theory?" Sarah frowned. "You mean the idea that there are multiple universes? Parallel realities and all that?" Ilara nodded. "It's more than a theory. What you see here," she gestured to the holographic display, is a representation of the multiverse. Countless realities, each with its own Earth, its own history, its own future. The Guardians of the Veil are tasked with maintaining the balance between these realities, preventing incursions and preserving the integrity of the multiverse itself. Jake's eyes widened as he took in the implications. And something's threatening that balance? Not something, Azrael interjected, its voice carrying a note of what might have been fear. Someone, an entity we know only as the Void Weaver. Ilara manipulated the holographic display, zooming in on a particular section. Sarah gasped as she saw what looked like a cancer spreading across multiple realities, tendrils of darkness reaching out to engulf entire worlds. The Void Weaver seeks to unravel the very fabric of the multiverse, Ilara explained, to reduce all of creation to a state of primordial chaos from which it can reshape reality according to its own dark designs. Sarah felt a chill run down her spine. And you think we can help stop this thing? Azrael's form pulsed with an intensity that made Sarah's eyes water. Your defeat of the Keepers was no small feat, it said. The power you wielded, it's unlike anything we've seen before. A perfect fusion of human will and multiversal energy. We believe, Ilara added, that your abilities may be key to defeating the Void Weaver, but first, you must learn to fully master them. Jake ran a hand through his hair, his expression a mix of determination and disbelief. So what? We're supposed to train to fight some cosmic horror while entire realities are being destroyed? Ilara's expression softened slightly. I understand your frustration, but rushing in unprepared would only lead to your destruction and potentially hasten the Void Weaver's victory. We must proceed cautiously, but swiftly. Sarah took a deep breath, trying to center herself. All right, she said. Where do we start? Before Ilara could answer, an alarm blared through the chamber. The holographic display flickered, zooming in on a particular reality. Sarah's heart skipped a beat as she recognized the landmarks of her own world. It's happening, Azrael said, its voice urgent. The Void Weaver has begun its incursion into your home reality. Ilara's fingers flew over the controls, bringing up more detailed imagery. Sarah and Jake watched in horror as shadows began to spill across familiar cityscapes, twisting and warping everything they touched. We have to do something, Jake cried, his hands clenching into fists. Ilara's expression was grim. We will, but we must be strategic. A full-scale confrontation is not yet possible. We need to buy time, slow the Void Weaver's advance until we can mount a proper defense. Sarah felt the power inside her surge, responding to her fear and anger. Then send us, she said, her voice steady despite the trembling in her hands. Jake and I know that world better than anyone here. We can do this. Azrael and Ilara exchanged a look that seemed to carry an entire conversation. Finally, Ilara nodded. Very well, she said. But you won't go alone. Azrael will accompany you, to guide you and provide support. Jake stepped forward, his jaw set. What's the plan? Ilara manipulated the display once more, highlighting several points across the globe. These are nexus points, places where the barriers between realities are thinnest. The Void Weaver will seek to exploit these to strengthen its hold on your world. Your task is to reinforce these points, using your unique abilities to create barriers that even the Void Weaver cannot easily penetrate. Sarah nodded, feeling a mix of fear and determination settle over her. And if we encounter this Void Weaver directly? Azrael's form pulsed with what might have been concern. Avoid direct confrontation if at all possible, it said. You are not yet ready to face it head-on. Focus on the task at hand. Every moment you can delay its advance is a victory. Ilara stepped forward, placing a hand on Sarah's shoulder. The touch sent a jolt of energy through her, like static electricity, but 1,000 times more potent. Remember, Ilara said, her eyes boring into Sarah's, the power you wield comes from within you. Trust in it. Shape it with your will. But do not let it control you. You are guardians now. The fate of not just your world, but countless others rests in your hands. Sarah swallowed hard, then nodded. She turned to Jake, seeing her own mix of emotions reflected in his eyes. "Ready?" she asked. Jake managed a small smile. "Ready as I'll ever be, I guess. Let's go save the multiverse." Azriel's form expanded, enveloping them in a cocoon of starlight. "Brace yourselves," its voice echoed in their minds. "The journey between realities can be disorienting." As the world around them began to dissolve, replaced by the now familiar kaleidoscope of impossible colors and sounds, Sarah reached out and grasped Jake's hand. Whatever lay ahead, whatever horrors they might face, they would face them together. The transition this time was smoother, or perhaps they were simply growing accustomed to it. When reality solidified around them once more, Sarah found herself standing on a familiar street in downtown Chicago. But it was a Chicago twisted by nightmare. The sky above was a roiling mass of shadows, punctuated by flashes of sickly green lightning. Buildings warped and twisted, their architecture defying the laws of physics. And everywhere, people ran in terror, fleeing from advancing tendrils of living darkness. "Oh my God," Jake breathed, his face pale. "It's worse than I imagined." Azriel materialized beside them, its starlit form a beacon of light in the encroaching darkness. "We must hurry," it said. "The nearest nexus point is 3 blocks north. We need to reach it before the Void Weaver's influence becomes too strong." As they made their way through the chaos-strewn streets, Sarah felt the whispers rising within her. But they were different now. Not the malevolent hissing of the keepers, but a symphony of power that resonated with the very fabric of reality around her. They rounded a corner and came face to face with a group of people, their eyes blank and unseeing, tendrils of shadow writhing beneath their skin. "Void touched," Azriel explained, its voice grim. "The Void Weaver's influence has already begun to corrupt this reality's inhabitants." Jake raised his hands, the ground beneath their feet trembling in response to his will. "What do we do? We can't just hurt them, can we?" Sarah closed her eyes, reaching out with her newfound senses. She could feel the wrongness in the void touched, the alien energy that puppeted their bodies. But beneath that, a flicker of their true selves remained. "I have an idea," she said. "Jake, can you restrain them? Gently?" Jake nodded, his face a mask of concentration. The pavement beneath the void touched suddenly liquefied, then solidified around their feet, holding them in place. Sarah stepped forward, her hands glowing with energy. She reached out not with her physical hands, but with tendrils of pure will. As her power made contact with the void touched, she could feel the alien influence trying to resist her. But Sarah was no longer the frightened girl who had stumbled out of the Whisper Woods. She was a guardian now, and she would not be denied. With a mental twist, she began to unravel the Void Weaver's influence, much as she had unraveled the Keeper's power months ago. It was harder this time, the alien energy slippery and resistant. But slowly, surely, she felt it give way. One by one, the void touched gasped and shuddered, the tendrils of shadow retreating from their bodies. They blinked, confusion replacing the blank stares. What happened?" one of them asked, looking around in bewilderment. "You're safe now," Sarah said, her voice gentle but firm. "But you need to get to shelter. It's not safe out here." As the freed civilians stumbled away, Azriel's form pulsed with what might have been approval. "Impressive," it said. "But we must press on. The nexus point awaits." They continued on, navigating streets that seemed to shift and change with each passing moment. Sarah could feel the wrongness growing stronger, the very air around them thick with malevolent energy. Finally, they reached their destination, a small park that, in normal times, would have been a pleasant oasis in the urban landscape. Now it was a maelstrom of energy, reality itself seeming to fray at the edges. "This is it," Azriel said. "The nexus point. You must act quickly. The Void Weaver's influence grows stronger by the moment. Sarah and Jake exchanged a glance, then nodded in unison. They stepped forward, hands outstretched, and let their power flow. It was like nothing Sarah had ever experienced. She could feel the ley lines of this reality, could sense the weaknesses where the Void Weaver's influence seeped through. With Jake at her side, their powers intertwining, she began to weave a barrier of pure will and energy. It was exhausting work, requiring every ounce of concentration they possessed. Sweat beaded on Sarah's forehead, and she could feel Jake trembling with effort beside her. But slowly, surely, they felt the barrier taking shape. Just as Sarah thought they might succeed, a howl split the air, a sound so alien and terrifying that it made her blood run cold. The shadows around them coalesced, taking on a form that hurt her eyes to look at directly. "It comes." Azrael's voice was tight with what might have been fear. "The Void Weaver itself. We are not ready to face it. We must complete the barrier and retreat." Sarah gritted her teeth, pouring every ounce of her will into the task. She could feel the Void Weaver's attention focusing on them, could sense its rage at their interference. With a final Herculean effort, Sarah and Jake completed the barrier. There was a pulse of energy that made the air itself shudder, and suddenly the maelstrom of the Nexus Point calmed. "It is done," Azrael said. "Quickly now we must." But it was too late. A tendril of pure darkness lashed out, faster than thought. Sarah felt it wrap around her ankle, cold as the void between stars. She screamed as alien thoughts began to invade her mind. "Sarah!" Jake cried out, reaching for her. As the darkness began to pull her away, Sarah locked eyes with Jake. In that moment, she saw all the fear, all the determination, all the love that had brought them to this point. "Go!" she managed to cry out. "I'll find a way back. I promise." The last thing she saw was Jake's anguished face as Azrael enveloped him in starlight. Then the darkness claimed her and Sarah knew no more. The forest loomed around me, a suffocating presence that seemed to breathe with malevolent life. My ankle throbbed with each step, a constant reminder of my desperate flight through the ravine. The whispers that had haunted me for days now ebbed and flowed like a twisted tide, sometimes receding to a faint murmur, other times swelling to a cacophony that threatened to drown out my own thoughts. I limped forward, using a sturdy branch as a makeshift crutch. The rising sun filtered weakly through the canopy, casting dappled shadows that danced and shifted, playing tricks on my exhausted mind. Every rustle of leaves sent a jolt of panic through me, convinced that the cult was closing in. "Just keep moving," I muttered to myself, my voice hoarse from dehydration. One foot in front of the other. "You can do this." As I pushed through a dense thicket, the underbrush suddenly gave way and I stumbled into a small clearing. In the center stood a ramshackle cabin, its weathered logs covered in moss and lichen. Smoke curled lazily from a crooked chimney, and the unmistakable scent of wood smoke filled the air. I froze, caught between hope and terror. Was this salvation or another trap? Before I could decide whether to approach or retreat, the cabin's door creaked open. An old man emerged, his beard wild and gray, his clothes patched and worn. He squinted at me, leaning heavily on a gnarled walking stick. Well, he said, his voice gravelly but not unkind. "Looks like the forest spit out another lost soul." I took a stumbling step backward, raising my makeshift crutch defensively. "Stay back. I'm warning you." The old man chuckled, shaking his head. "Easy there, son. I ain't with them whisper lovers, if that's what you're thinking." My heart raced as I studied him, searching for any sign of deception. "How do you know about the whispers?" He sighed heavily, his eyes taking on a faraway look. "Because I used to be one of them, long ago. Name's Ezra, and you look like you could use a hot meal and a place to rest that bum ankle." I hesitated, every instinct screaming caution, but exhaustion and pain were taking their toll, and the promise of safety, even if only temporary, was too tempting to resist. "I'm Jake," I said finally, lowering my stick. And yeah, I could use some help. Ezra nodded, gesturing for me to follow him into the cabin. Come on in then, Jake. Let's get you patched up and hear your tale. The interior of the cabin was cramped but cozy, filled with an eclectic assortment of items that spoke of a life lived in isolation. Bundles of dried herbs hung from the rafters, their pungent scent mingling with the smoke from the fireplace. Bookshelves lined one wall, crammed with ancient-looking tomes and dog-eared paperbacks. Ezra directed me to a worn armchair near the fire. Sit yourself down. I'll fetch some supplies for that ankle. As he rummaged through a battered medicine cabinet, I found myself relaxing slightly, lulled by the warmth of the fire and the absence of the ever-present whispers. Here, in this small haven, the forest's malevolent presence seemed held at bay. Ezra returned with a bowl of warm water, clean cloths, and a jar of strong-smelling salve. He knelt by my chair, gently removing my boot and sock. This might sting a bit, he warned, before beginning to clean the swollen joint. I hissed in pain, but held still as he worked. So, I said, trying to distract myself. You said you used to be part of the cult. How did you escape? Ezra's hands stilled for a moment before resuming their task. It was a long time ago, he said quietly. I was young and foolish, lured in by promises of power and enlightenment. But I saw the truth of it before it was too late. The price was too high. What price? I asked, dreading the answer. He looked up at me, his eyes haunted. Your humanity, your very soul. The whispers, they don't just lure people in. They consume them bit by bit, until there's nothing left but an empty shell, another voice in the chorus. I shuddered, remembering the pale, ageless faces of the cultists. How long were you with them? Too long, Ezra replied, finishing with the salve and beginning to wrap my ankle. Nearly a decade. By the time I realized what was happening to me, I was in deep. Took everything I had to break free. How did you do it? I asked, leaning forward eagerly. Ezra shook his head. It's not a tale for right now. You need rest, and we need to figure out how to get you safely out of these woods. The cult won't give up easily, especially if you've seen as much as I think you have. I nodded, feeling the weight of exhaustion pressing down on me. They were going to sacrifice me, I said, the words tumbling out. I stole the keeper's dagger and ran. Ezra's eyebrows shot up. You stole from the keeper himself? Well, that explains why they're so riled up. That dagger is one of their most sacred relics. I reached into my jacket, pulling out the ornate blade. Its surface seemed to shimmer in the firelight, the strange symbols etched along its length pulsing with an inner light. Ezra recoiled slightly. Put that away, he said sharply. Its power can draw them to us. I quickly stuffed the dagger back into my jacket. Sorry, I didn't know. He waved off my apology. No harm done, but we'll need to be cautious. Now let's get some food in you, and then you can catch some sleep. We'll talk more when you're rested. The next few hours passed in a blur of hot stew, warm blankets, and blessed, dreamless sleep. When I awoke, the light filtering through the cabin's small windows had changed, taking on the golden hue of late afternoon. I sat up, wincing as my body protested the movement. Ezra was seated at a small table, poring over a large map spread out before him. Welcome back to the land of the living, he said without looking up. How's the ankle feeling? I rotated it gently, pleasantly surprised by the lack of pain. Much better, actually. Thank you. Ezra nodded, finally meeting my gaze. Good, because we've got some planning to do. I've been studying the forest's patterns, trying to find the safest road out for you. I joined him at the table, studying the map. It was unlike any I'd ever seen, covered in strange markings and notations that made little sense to me. What are all these symbols? I asked, tracing a finger along a twisting line that seemed to represent a river. The forest's own language, Ezra replied. You learn to read it if you listen long enough. These marks show where the whispers are strongest, where the veil between worlds is thinnest. We'll need to avoid those areas. I shook my head in amazement. I had no idea the forest was so alive. Ezra's expression darkened. Oh, it's alive all right, but it's not natural, not anymore. The cult has poisoned it, twisted it into something it was never meant to be. Is there no way to stop them? I asked, thinking of the horror I'd witnessed and the lives that had been lost. Ezra sighed heavily. I've been trying to find a way for years, but their power is deeply rooted. The Keeper and the ancient tree are one now, and as long as that tree stands, the cult will endure. I thought of the massive tree I'd seen, pulsing with eerie light. What if we destroyed the tree? Ezra looked at me sharply. That's not something to be considered lightly, boy. The tree's roots run deep, tangled up with the very essence of this forest. Destroying it could have consequences we can't even imagine. I opened my mouth to argue, but a sudden chill ran down my spine. The whispers, which had been blessedly absent in the cabin, returned with a vengeance. Ezra tensed, his head cocking to one side as if listening. They're coming, he said grimly. They've picked up our trail. Panic surged through me as I scrambled to my feet. What do we do? Ezra was already moving, grabbing a worn backpack and stuffing it with supplies. We run. There's a path I know, one that might throw them off our scent, but we need to move fast. I laced up my boots, my hands shaking. I can't ask you to risk yourself for me. You've already done so much. Ezra paused in his preparations, fixing me with a steely gaze. Listen to me, Jake. I've been hiding from these bastards for too long. Maybe it's time I did something to really strike back at them. If we can get you out of here with that dagger, it'll be a bigger blow than anything I've managed in years. Touched by his resolve, I nodded. All right, let's do this. We burst out of the cabin, plunging into the deepening shadows of the forest. Ezra moved with surprising speed for his age, setting a punishing pace as we weaved through the trees. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, seeming to come from all around us. Voices I recognized, my parents, friends, even my own, called out, begging me to stop, to turn back. Don't listen, Ezra shouted over his shoulder. It's all lies. We pushed on, branches whipping at our faces, roots threatening to trip us at every step. The forest seemed to be actively working against us, the very trees shifting to block our path. After what felt like hours of frantic flight, Ezra suddenly pulled up short. I nearly crashed into him, gasping for breath. Why are we stopping? I panted. Ezra's face was grim. They've cut us off. There's no way through. As if in response to his words, hooded figures melted out of the shadows, surrounding us. I recognized the Keeper at their head, his ageless face twisted in a cruel smile. Did you really think you could escape us, Jacob? The Keeper's voice was smooth, reasonable. We are the forest, and the forest is us. There is nowhere you can run that we cannot follow. Ezra stepped in front of me, his stance protective. You've got no claim on this boy, Keeper. Let him go. The Keeper's gaze shifted to Ezra, his eyes widening in recognition. Ezra, my old friend, how long has it been? Decades, at least. I always knew you'd return to us eventually. I'm not here to return, Ezra spat. I'm here to end this madness, once and for all. The Keeper laughed, the sound echoing unnaturally through the trees. And how do you propose to do that, old man? You're outnumbered and outmatched. The boy carries our sacred dagger, it's true, but he has no idea how to use its power. I felt the weight of the dagger in my jacket thrumming with energy. On impulse, I drew it out, its gleaming surface reflecting the fading light. The cultists hissed, taking a collective step back. The Keeper's smile faltered for a moment before returning, more forced than before. Careful, Jacob, he said softly. That blade has a will of its own. It's not a toy for children to play with. Ezra glanced at me, a spark of something, hope, desperation, in his eyes. Jake, he said quietly, whatever happens next, you need to run. Head east towards the rising sun. Don't stop no matter what you hear." Before I could respond, Ezra lunged forward with surprising speed. He tackled the keeper, sending them both crashing to the forest floor. "Run, boy!" Ezra roared. The cultists, momentarily stunned by the sudden attack, hesitated. It was all the opening I needed. I turned and sprinted into the gathering darkness, the dagger clutched tightly in my hand. Behind me I heard shouts of anger, the sound of pursuit. But louder than that was Ezra's voice, chanting in a language I didn't understand. The very air seemed to vibrate with power. A deafening crack split the night, followed by an inhuman howl of rage and pain. The ground beneath my feet trembled, and I risked a glance over my shoulder. A blinding light erupted from where I'd left Ezra and the keeper, so bright it turned night to day for one brilliant moment. When it faded, an unnatural silence fell over the forest. I wanted to turn back, to see what had happened to Ezra, but I remembered his words and forced myself to keep running. The whispers for once were silent, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. As I ran, tears streaming down my face, I made a silent vow. Ezra's sacrifice wouldn't be in vain. Somehow, some way, I would find a way to end the cult's reign of terror once and for all. The forest stretched endlessly before me, but for the first time since this nightmare began, I felt a glimmer of hope. With Ezra's knowledge, the keeper's dagger, and my own growing understanding of the forest's secrets, I had a chance. The cult of Whispers had ruled these woods for centuries, but their time was coming to an end. And I, Jake Marshall, would be the one to silence them forever. I stumbled through the underbrush, my lungs burning with each ragged breath. Ezra's sacrifice played on repeat in my mind, a loop of guilt and determination that spurred me onward. The whispers had faded to a dull murmur, but I knew better than to think they were gone for good. "Keep moving, Jake," I muttered to myself, pushing aside a tangle of vines. East, always east. The forest grew denser as I pressed on, the trees crowding closer, their branches intertwining overhead to block out what little moonlight filtered through. It was as if the very woods were trying to swallow me whole, to drag me down into the earth and add my voice to the chorus of the damned. I don't know how long I walked. Hours, days. It all blurred together in a green-tinged haze of exhaustion and fear. But eventually I noticed a change. The air grew thick and heavy, charged with an energy that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The whispers, which had been a constant background noise, fell silent. That's when I saw it. Looming before me was a tree unlike any I'd ever seen. Its trunk was massive, easily 20 feet in diameter. Its bark twisted into patterns that looked unsettlingly like faces frozen in silent screams. The tree towered above the forest canopy, its uppermost branches lost in a swirling mist that seemed to glow with an inner light. "Jesus Christ," I breathed, craning my neck to take in the full enormity of the thing. As I stared, transfixed, a voice that wasn't quite a voice echoed in my head. "Come closer, Jake Marshall. We've been waiting for you." My feet moved of their own accord, drawing me towards the monstrous tree. A part of me screamed to run, to get as far away from this place as possible, but a larger part, the part that had been changed by my time in these cursed woods, knew that this was where I needed to be. As I approached, I noticed a hollow at the base of the trunk, large enough for a person to step inside. Pulsing, sickly green light spilled out from within, casting writhing shadows on the forest floor. "This is it," I said aloud, my voice sounding small and insignificant in the presence of this ancient entity. "The source of it all. You understand more than most, Jake." The voice that wasn't a voice resonated through me, but there is still so much for you to learn. I hesitated at the edge of the hollow, one hand resting on the rough bark. What are you?" "I am the forest. I am the whispers. I am the beginning and the end." "The keeper said he and the tree were one," I said, remembering that terrifying revelation. "Is that true?" A sound like laughter rippled through the air, making leaves tremble on nearby branches. "The keeper is but a fragment, a splinter of my true self. He has deluded himself into believing he controls me. But I am beyond control. My head spun with the implications. If the tree was the true power behind everything, then what did that mean for the cult, for the whispers that had haunted me? "Why am I here?" I asked, my voice trembling. "Why did you lead me to this place?" "Because you have a choice to make, Jake Marshall. A choice that will shape the fate of this forest and all who dwell within it." As if responding to the tree's words, the keeper's dagger began to vibrate in my pocket. I pulled it out, watching as symbols etched along its blade glowed with the same sickly light as the tree's hollow. "What choice?" I asked, though I feared I already knew the answer. "You can join with me. Become one with the forest as the keeper and his followers have done. You will have power beyond your wildest dreams, and you will never be alone again." The offer was tempting, I couldn't deny it. To never feel lost or afraid again, to have the strength to protect myself and others. But I thought of the cultists, their humanity stripped away, nothing but empty vessels for the whispers. "Or," I prompted, knowing there had to be another option, "or you can try to destroy me." The voice grew colder, a hint of threat creeping in. "But know that if you strike at the heart of the forest, you risk destroying not just me, but everything. The consequences could be catastrophic." I looked down at the dagger in my hand, then back at the pulsing hollow in the tree. The choice seemed impossible. Risk destroying everything, or give up my very self to this ancient, unknowable entity. "What happens if I walk away?" I asked. "If I just leave this place and never come back?" This time the laughter that filled the air was bitter and biting. "You can no more walk away from this forest than you can walk away from your own shadow, Jake Marshall. It is a part of you now, as you are a part of it. There is only forward." I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath. I thought of Ezra, of his years spent hiding from the cult, searching for a way to end their reign of terror. I thought of all the lives lost, all the souls trapped in this twisted place. "No more," I said, opening my eyes and gripping the dagger tightly. "This ends now." A wave of fury emanated from the tree, so powerful it nearly knocked me off my feet. "You fool! You have no idea what you're doing." I stepped into the hollow, the sickly light enveloping me. The inside of the tree was larger than it had any right to be, a cavernous space that seemed to stretch up into infinity. At the center stood a pillar of pulsing green energy, tendrils of light reaching out like grasping fingers. "This is your last chance, Jake." The voice was all around me now, pressing in from all sides. "Join with me. Become something greater than you ever imagined." Memories flashed through my mind. My first night in the forest, the terror of the whispers, the faces of the cultists, Ezra's final sacrifice. Each image steeled my resolve. "No," I said firmly, "I choose freedom, for myself and for everyone trapped here." With a wordless cry, I plunged the dagger into the pillar of light. The world exploded. Green fire raced up the blade and into my arm. I screamed as knowledge and power flooded through me. The history of the forest, the true nature of the whispers, the countless lives lost to this ancient hunger. For a moment, I was everything and everyone, stretching across time and space. "You've doomed us all," the voice roared, but it was fading, growing weaker with each pulse of energy that raced through the dagger. The hollow began to collapse around me, great chunks of wood and light falling into an endless void. I held on to the dagger with all my strength, gritting my teeth against the pain and the overwhelming influx of information. Just when I thought I couldn't take any more, when I was sure I would be torn apart by the competing forces of destruction and creation, everything stopped. I found myself lying on the forest floor, the massive tree nothing more than a blackened stump beside me. The dagger was gone, shattered into 1,000 glittering pieces that were already sinking into the earth. Slowly, painfully, I pushed myself to my feet. The forest around me was changing, the twisted trees straightening, the oppressive atmosphere lifting, and the whispers. The whispers were gone. In their place was a chorus of voices, human voices calling out in confusion and joy. As I watched, translucent figures began to appear among the trees, the souls of those who had been trapped, now finally free. "Thank you," a familiar voice said behind me. I turned to see Ezra, or rather his spirit, smiling at me. "You did it, Jake. You really did it." I tried to speak, but no words came out. There was too much to say, too much to process. Ezra seemed to understand. "It's okay," he said gently. "It's over now. The forest will heal, and so will you. Just remember, the power to change things, to stand up against darkness. It was in you all along." With a final nod, Ezra's spirit faded away, along with the others. I was left alone in a forest that felt, for the first time since I'd entered it, truly alive and at peace. I sank to my knees, overwhelmed by everything that had happened. Tears streamed down my face, tears of relief, of grief, of sheer exhaustion. As the sun began to rise, painting the sky in brilliant shades of pink and gold, I realized that my ordeal was finally over. But I also knew that I would carry this experience with me forever. The forest had changed me, had shown me depths of darkness and heights of courage I never knew existed. I stood up on shaky legs and began the long walk out of the woods. There would be questions, investigations, probably years of therapy to work through everything I'd seen and done. But for now, I was content with the simple joy of putting one foot in front of the other, heading towards home and whatever the future might hold. The whispers were gone, but their echoes would remain, a reminder of the battle fought and won in the heart of a haunted forest. And if they ever returned, if darkness ever threatened to consume the light again, I would be ready. For I had faced the heart of the forest and emerged victorious, forever changed but unbroken. The ancient tree loomed before me, its gnarled branches reaching toward the sky like grasping fingers. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat a reminder of how far I'd come and how much I'd lost. The stolen ceremonial dagger felt heavy in my hand, its ornate hilt slick with my sweat. I heard them before I saw them, the soft rustle of robes against leaves, the whisper of feet on damp earth. The keeper and his cult had found me. There would be no more running. "Jacob," the keeper's voice drifted through the trees, smooth as honey and cold as ice. "Did you really think you could hide from us in the very heart of our domain?" I turned slowly, facing the approaching figures. The keeper stood at the front, his ageless face set in a mask of benevolent concern. Behind him, a dozen hooded cultists spread out in a semicircle, cutting off any hope of escape. "I wasn't hiding," I said, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. "I was waiting." The keeper's lips curled into a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Ah, the bravado of youth. Tell me, Jacob, what exactly were you waiting for? Divine intervention? A moment of clarity? Or perhaps..." His gaze flicked to the dagger in my hand. "You thought that trinket would grant you some power over us?" I tightened my grip on the dagger, feeling its pulse quicken to match my own. "Why don't you come closer and find out?" A ripple of unease passed through the gathered cultists. The keeper's smile faltered for just a moment before returning, brittle and forced. Now," he said, taking a step forward. "There's no need for violence. We are all friends here, are we not? All children of the forest." "Friends?" I spat the word like a curse. "You murdered my friends. You've been killing innocent people for God knows how long. You're monsters, all of you." The keeper sighed, shaking his head as if disappointed by a child's outburst. "Such a limited perspective. We don't kill, Jacob, we transcend. We offer eternity, communion with powers beyond mortal comprehension. The whispers you hear? They are the voices of the ascended, calling out to join them in bliss." As he spoke, the air around us seemed to thicken, the whispers growing louder. I could pick out individual voices now, my parents, my best friend, even Ezra. They called to me, begging me to give in, to join them. I gritted my teeth, focusing on the solid weight of the dagger in my hand. "Liar," I hissed. "I've seen what you really are. What you do to people, It's not ascension, it's consumption. The keeper's face hardened, all pretense of kindness evaporating. You understand nothing, boy. You are an insect crawling in the dust, too blind to see the glory that awaits. But I am patient. I have waited centuries for this moment. I can wait a little longer for you to see reason. He raised his hands, and the ancient tree behind me began to pulse with an eerie, sickly light. The whispers rose to a crescendo, drowning out all other sound. I felt a tug deep in my chest, an urge to give in, to let go of my fears and doubts, and join the chorus. "No!" I shouted, more to myself than to the keeper. I thrust the dagger forward, its blade gleaming in the unnatural light. No more lies. Show yourself. Show us all what you really are. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the dagger began to vibrate in my hand, its surface rippling like water. A high, keening wail filled the air, and I realized it was coming from the keeper. His face. God, his face. It was melting, shifting, reforming into something that defied description. The cultists behind him fell to their knees, some screaming, others staring in rapturous awe. Where the keeper had stood moments before, there was now a thing of nightmare. It towered over us, a writhing mass of shadows and light, of twisting branches and grasping roots. Eyes, hundreds of them, opened across its surface, each one filled with ancient hunger. "Is this what you wanted to see, Jacob?" The voice boomed inside my head, threatening to split my skull. "The true face of the forest? The power you so arrogantly thought to challenge?" I staggered back, my back pressing against the trunk of the ancient tree. The dagger pulsed in my hand, growing hot enough to blister my palm. But I couldn't let go. I wouldn't. "You're not the forest," I gasped, fighting to form words through the pain and terror. "You're a parasite. You're killing it, killing everything." The thing that had been the keeper laughed, a sound like breaking bones and tearing flesh. "I am the forest, fool. I have always been the forest. Since the first seed took root, since the first creature drew breath beneath these boughs, I have been here, waiting, growing, hungry." It surged forward, tendrils of darkness whipping out to ensnare the cultists. They didn't resist, didn't even try to run. One by one, they were absorbed into the mass, their bodies twisting and warping as they joined with their god. I knew I should run, should try to escape while the monster was distracted. But my feet felt rooted to the ground, my body refusing to obey my panicked mind's commands. "You see now, don't you?" The keeper's voice was softer now, almost gentle. "This is the truth of existence, Jacob. The strong consume the weak. The many become one. It is beautiful in its way, and you could be a part of it. You could be eternal." A tendril of shadow reached out, caressing my cheek with terrifying gentleness. I felt a jolt of something. Power, knowledge, ecstasy, raced through me at the touch. For a moment, just a moment, I understood. I saw the vast tapestry of life and death, the endless cycle of growth and decay that the keeper, that the forest itself, embodied. "Join us, Jake," my mother's voice whispered in my ear. "It doesn't hurt. It's beautiful here. You'll never be alone again," my father added. "Never be afraid." Tears streamed down my face as I listened to the voices of everyone I'd ever loved, ever lost. They were all here, all part of this impossible, terrible, wonderful thing. My voice cracked, the dagger slipping in my grasp. "I want—" "Yes," the keeper purred. "Tell me what you want, Jacob. Tell me, and it shall be yours." The dagger grew hotter, searing my flesh. The pain cut through the fog of temptation, bringing clarity with its agony. What I want. I thought of Ezra, sacrificing himself to give me a chance to escape. I thought of all the missing persons posters I'd seen, all the lives destroyed by the keeper's hunger. I thought of the forest as it should be, wild and free and truly alive. "What I want," I snarled, raising the dagger high, "is for you to die. I plunged the blade into the nearest eye, sinking it up to the hilt in the keeper's writhing flesh. The scream that followed was indescribable. It was the sound of the earth itself crying out in pain and rage. The keeper's form exploded into a maelstrom of shadow and light whipping around me in a frenzy. Fool, ungrateful child, you would destroy everything. I held onto the dagger with both hands now, feeling power surge through it and into me. Images flashed before my eyes, centuries of history, countless lives consumed, the slow corruption of the forest from a place of natural wonder to this twisted realm of nightmares. Not destroying, I gritted out, pushing the dagger deeper, setting it free. Light burst from the wound I'd opened, blazing brighter than the sun. I heard screaming, the keeper, the cultists, myself, all blending together into a single howl of transformation. And then, silence. I found myself on my knees, the dagger gone, crumbled to ash in my blistered hands. Where the keeper had been, there was now only empty air. The ancient tree behind me creaked and groaned, its twisted form straightening, new leaves sprouting from branches that had been bare for centuries. All around me I could see ghostly figures emerging from the trees. Men, women, children, all the souls the keeper had consumed over the years. They looked confused, disoriented, but as I watched, their expressions changed to wonder and joy. You did it, son, a familiar voice said. I turned to see Ezra, or rather his spirit, smiling at me. You set us all free. I tried to speak, but no words would come. There was too much to say, too much to process. Ezra seemed to understand. It's okay, he said gently. It's over now. The forest will heal, and so will you. Just remember, the power to change things, to stand up against darkness, it was in you all along. With a final nod, Ezra's spirit faded away, along with all the others. I was left alone in a forest that felt, for the first time since I'd entered it, truly alive. I don't know how long I sat there, listening to the sound of wind in the leaves, the calls of birds returning to their long-abandoned homes. When I finally stood, my legs shaky and weak, I knew that nothing would ever be the same. The keeper was gone, its hold on the forest broken, but the memory of what had happened here, of what I'd seen and done, would stay with me forever. As I began the long walk out of the woods, I realized that the whispers hadn't stopped entirely, but they were different now, softer, gentler. Not the voices of the trapped and the damned, but the natural murmurs of a living forest. And if I listened closely, I could almost hear them saying, "Thank you." The moment the dagger pierced the ancient tree's bark, the world around me erupted into chaos. A deafening crack, like the sound of the earth itself splitting open, shattered the eerie silence of the forest. The ground beneath my feet began to tremble, softly at first, then with increasing violence. "What have you done?" The keeper's voice, no longer smooth and controlled, but shrill with panic, cut through the growing tumult. His human visage had melted away, revealing a writhing mass of shadows and twisted branches. I staggered back from the tree, my hands blistered and smoking from contact with the dagger. "I'm ending this," I gasped, my voice barely audible over the roar of the awakening forest. No more victims, no more whispers. The cultists around us began to writhe and scream, their bodies contorting in impossible ways. I watched in horror as roots burst from the earth, wrapping around their ankles and dragging them down into the churning soil. "You fool!" the keeper howled, his form expanding and contracting like a horrible living thundercloud. "You have no idea what you've unleashed. The forest's power cannot be controlled, cannot be contained." As if in response to his words, the ancient tree began to glow with an intense, sickly light. The whispers that had haunted me for so long rose to a deafening crescendo, a cacophony of voices crying out in pain, in rage, in liberation. I clapped my hands over my ears, but it did nothing to block out the sound. "Make it stop!" I screamed, though I knew there was no going back now. The keeper lunged for me, his form a blur of shadow and malice. "If I fall, you fall with me," he shrieked. I dove to the side, rolling across the quaking ground. A massive root erupted from the earth where I had been standing, missing me by inches. The forest floor was coming alive, undulating like the surface of a turbulent sea. Scrambling to my feet, I began to run. There was no plan, no destination in mind. Pure instinct drove me forward, weaving between thrashing trees and yawning chasms that opened in the earth. Behind me, I could hear the keeper's inhuman howls of rage and pain. "You cannot escape. The forest is mine. It has always been mine." But even as he spoke, I could hear the lie in his words. The forest was shaking off centuries of corruption, and it was furious. Trees that had stood for hundreds of years were toppling, their massive trunks splintering like matchsticks. The air was thick with dust and the acrid smell of ozone, as if a great storm was brewing within the heart of the woods. I caught glimpses of the cultists as I ran. Some were being swallowed by the earth, disappearing into suddenly appearing sinkholes with terrified screams. Others were ensnared by vines and branches, their bodies lifted into the air and torn apart. "Help me!" a voice cried out from my left. I skidded to a stop, panting heavily, and saw one of the younger cultists, a girl no older than myself, trapped beneath a fallen tree. Her hood had fallen back, revealing a face pale with fear and streaked with dirt and blood. For a moment I hesitated. She was one of them, part of the group that had hunted me, that had sacrificed countless innocent lives to feed their twisted god. But the terror in her eyes was all too human. "Damn it," I muttered, sprinting towards her. I braced my shoulder against the tree trunk, straining to lift it. "Come on, you need to pull yourself out." The girl's eyes widened in disbelief, but she didn't waste time questioning my help. With a pained grunt, she began to drag herself forward, inch by agonizing inch. Just as her legs came free, a new tremor shook the forest. The ground split open between us, a chasm opening up to swallow the fallen tree. The girl screamed as she began to slide towards the edge. I lunged forward, grabbing her wrist. For a terrifying moment, we both teetered on the brink. Then, with a final, desperate heave, I pulled her to safety. We lay on the shuddering ground, gasping for breath. "Why?" she managed to choke out between sobs. "Why did you save me?" I shook my head, not sure of the answer myself. "Because it was right," I finally said. "Because you're not the forest. You're not the keeper. You're human." A bone-chilling howl cut off any response she might have made. The keeper was coming, and he was close. "Run," I told the girl, helping her to her feet. "Get out of the forest if you can. Don't look back." She hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Thank you," she whispered, before turning and fleeing into the chaos of the disintegrating forest. I watched her go, hoping she'd make it to safety. Then I turned to face the approaching storm that was the keeper. He no longer resembled anything human. His form roiled and shifted, a nightmarish amalgamation of shadow, wood, and writhing flesh. Eyes opened and closed across his surface, each one filled with insane hatred. "Look upon your work, Jacob," the keeper's voice boomed, shaking leaves from the trees. "You thought to free the forest? You have doomed it, doomed us all." I stood my ground even as the earth buckled and heaved beneath my feet. "No," I said, surprised by the calm in my voice. "I've set it free, from you, from the whispers, from centuries of corruption." "Fool, I am the forest." Tendrils of darkness whipped out from the keeper's form, slashing at my face and arms. I cried out in pain but didn't retreat. "You're a parasite," I spat, tasting blood. "A cancer that's been feeding on the forest for too long, and now it's rejecting you." As if summoned by my words, a massive root erupted from the ground behind the keeper. It wrapped around his roiling form, squeezing with audible cracks and snaps. The keeper's scream was like nothing I'd ever heard before, a sound of primal rage and terror that threatened to split my eardrums. More roots joined the first, along with vines and branches, all working in concert to constrain the thrashing monstrosity. "No! I am eternal!" I am power incarnate. I am... His words cut off abruptly as the ground beneath him opened up. I watched in awe and horror as the forest began to drag the keeper down, swallowing him whole. This isn't possible. The keeper's voice had lost its godlike resonance, sounding suddenly small and very, very human. Please, Jacob, help me! For a moment I saw not the monster but the man he had once been. Centuries ago had he been like me, a lost soul who stumbled upon the forest's secrets? Had he, too, thought he was doing the right thing? I took a step forward, my hand outstretched. The keeper's eyes, human eyes now, lit up with hope. I'm sorry, I said softly, but this is how it has to be. The hope in his eyes guttered out, replaced by a final flash of hatred. Then he was gone, dragged down into the depths of the forest he had claimed to rule. As soon as the keeper vanished, the violent shaking of the earth began to subside. The howling wind died down to a whisper. The chaos of the forest's revolt slowly gave way to an almost unnatural calm. I stood there swaying on my feet, my body aching and my mind struggling to process everything that had happened. It was over. The keeper was gone. The whispers were silent. But at what cost? The forest around me was unrecognizable. Great swathes of trees had been toppled, leaving open wounds in the canopy above. Chasms and newly formed hills had changed the very landscape. The air was thick with dust and the sweet, sharp scent of sap from countless broken branches. As the dust began to settle, I became aware of movement all around me. At first I tensed, fearing some new threat. But as I watched, I realized what I was seeing. People. Dozens of them. Hundreds. They emerged from behind shattered trees, climbed out of shallow depressions in the earth, simply faded into view as if stepping out of invisibility. I recognized some of them from missing person posters I'd seen. Others wore clothes that seemed to belong to another century entirely. All of them looked dazed, confused, but undeniably alive. What happened? A man in tattered business attire stumbled towards me, his eyes wide and unfocused. The whispers. They're gone. Are we free? Before I could answer, a young woman joined him, tears streaming down her face. Is it over? Truly over? More and more gathered around me, their voices rising in a chorus of confusion, hope, and disbelief. I felt overwhelmed, unsure of what to say or do. Then, cutting through the babble of voices, I heard a familiar sound. Birds. For the first time since I'd entered this accursed forest, I could hear birdsong. I looked up and saw a flock of sparrows winging their way through a gap in the canopy. As I watched, a soft, warm breeze began to blow, carrying with it the scent of fresh growth and new beginnings. Yes, I said, my voice cracking with emotion. It's over. You're free. We're all free. A cheer went up from the assembled crowd, a sound of pure joy and relief that seemed to make the very air vibrate. As it faded, I became aware of a new sound, a soft rustle that was quickly growing louder. All around us, fresh green shoots were sprouting from the torn earth. Leaves unfurled on broken branches with visible speed. The forest, freed from centuries of corruption, was healing itself. I sank to my knees, overcome by exhaustion and wonder in equal measure. A hand gently gripped my shoulder, and I looked up to see the girl I had saved earlier. "What do we do now?" she asked, her voice small but steady. I took a deep breath, feeling the clean, renewed air fill my lungs. "Now," I said, managing a tired smile, "now we find our way home. All of us." As the first rays of dawn began to filter through the rejuvenated canopy, I knew that the nightmare was truly over. The forest would heal, its wounds would fade, and the whispers would be nothing more than a distant, fading memory. But I also knew that I would carry this experience with me forever. The darkness I had faced, the choices I had made, the lives I had saved and lost, all of it had changed me in ways I was only beginning to understand. As I stood up, Ready to lead this group of lost souls out of the woods, I cast one last look at the spot where the keeper had vanished. The ancient tree that had been the source of so much suffering was gone, replaced by a circle of new saplings, their leaves glowing with vibrant life in the morning sun. The forest had endured. It had survived. And now, at long last, it could truly live. The harsh fluorescent lights of the hospital corridor made my eyes water as I was wheeled out of the emergency room. My body ached in places I didn't even know could hurt, and my mind, well, that was a whole different kind of pain. "Mr. Marshall?" A voice cut through the fog of my thoughts. I looked up to see a man in a rumpled suit, his tie loose around his neck. "I'm Detective Hawkins. I was hoping we could talk about what happened in the forest." I let out a bitter laugh that turned into a hacking cough. A nurse quickly appeared, pressing a cup of water into my hand. "Sure, Detective," I said after taking a sip. "Why not? It's not like anyone's going to believe me anyway." Hawkins pulled up a chair, his face a mask of professional concern. "Try me, son. We've got over 200 people who wandered out of those woods, most of whom were presumed dead years ago. I'm all ears for any explanation, no matter how crazy it might sound." I closed my eyes, seeing flashes of the horrors I'd witnessed. The keeper's true form. The ancient tree pulsing with malevolent life. The forest itself rising up in revolt. "It all started with the whispers," I began, my voice barely above a murmur. For the next hour, I poured out my story. The cult, the sacrifices, the dark power at the heart of the forest. Hawkins listened without interruption, his pen scratching across his notepad. When I finished, silence hung heavy between us. Finally, Hawkins cleared his throat. "That's quite a tale, Mr. Marshall." I laughed again, this time without humor. "Told you no one would believe it." Hawkins held up a hand. "I didn't say I don't believe you. I've seen things in the past few days that I can't explain. Trees that look like they've aged centuries overnight. Sinkholes that appeared out of nowhere. And the people, God, the people." He leaned forward, his eyes intense. "Some of them are talking, you know. Bits and pieces that match up with your story. Whispers in the dark. A man who never aged. A hunger that could never be satisfied." A chill ran down my spine. "The keeper," I whispered. Hawkins nodded. "That's what they're calling him. But here's the thing, Jake. No one can find any trace of this keeper. No body, no evidence. It's like he never existed." "He existed," I said, my hands clenching into fists. "Believe me, he was real." The detective sighed, rubbing his eyes. "I believe you, kid. I really do. But believing and proving are two different things. We're going to need more than just testimonies to make sense of all this." As if on cue, a commotion erupted down the hall. Shouts and the sound of breaking glass echoed through the corridor. "No, get away from me. The whispers. They're coming back." Hawkins was on his feet in an instant, hand on his holstered weapon. "Stay here," he ordered, before rushing towards the disturbance. But I couldn't stay put. Something pulled me towards the chaos, a familiar dread settling in the pit of my stomach. I struggled out of the wheelchair, my legs shaky but holding. Leaning against the wall for support, I made my way down the hall. The scene that greeted me was one of pandemonium. A man, one of the rescued forest victims, had barricaded himself in a supply closet. Nurses and orderlies were trying to talk him down, but his terrified screams drowned out their words. "Please," he wailed. "Can't you hear them? They're calling me back." I pushed my way through the crowd, ignoring the protests of the hospital staff. "Let me talk to him," I said to Hawkins, who looked ready to argue but then nodded, stepping aside. I approached the closet door, my heart pounding. "Hey," I called out softly. "My name's Jake. I was in the forest too. Can you tell me what you're hearing?" There was a moment of silence. Then a trembling voice replied, "The whispers. They're back. They say he's not gone, that he'll never be gone." A chill ran down my spine. "Who's not gone?" "The keeper," the man shouted. "He's in my head, in all our heads. We brought him out with us." Murmurs of fear rippled through the gathered crowd. I could see panic starting to spread across faces, eyes darting nervously as if searching for some unseen threat. "Listen to me," I said, pressing my forehead against the cool metal of the door. "The keeper is gone. We destroyed him, remember? The whispers, they're just echoes, memories. They can't hurt you anymore." "You're lying," the man sobbed. "I can feel him. He's angry. He wants revenge." I closed my eyes, fighting back my own rising panic. What if he was right? What if we hadn't truly defeated the keeper, just changed his form? No. I couldn't let that thought take hold. Not now. Not after everything we'd been through. "Open the door," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "Let me show you something." There was a long pause, then the sound of a lock turning. The door creaked open, revealing a man in his 40s, his hospital gown drenched in sweat, eyes wild with fear. I held out my hand. "Come with me." Hesitantly, he took it. I led him through the parting crowd, past Hawkins, who watched with a mixture of concern and curiosity, and towards the nearest exit. "Where are we going?" the man asked, his voice trembling. "Outside," I replied. "You need to see for yourself." We emerged into the hospital's small courtyard. The sun was setting, painting the sky in brilliant shades of orange and pink. A soft breeze rustled through the leaves of a nearby oak tree. "Listen," I said. "What do you hear?" The man's eyes darted around nervously. I don't really listen," I urged. "Not with your ears, with your heart." He closed his eyes, his breathing slowly steadying. After a long moment, he opened them again, wonder replacing fear. "Birds," he whispered. "I hear birds singing, and the wind, just the wind." I nodded, feeling a weight lift from my own chest. "No whispers?" He shook his head, tears welling up in his eyes. "No whispers. They're gone. Really gone." I squeezed his shoulder. "The keeper tried to make us believe that he was the forest, that he was nature itself. But he lied. This," I gestured around us, "this is what nature really sounds like. Life, growth, freedom." The man broke down then, years of pent-up fear and pain pouring out in heaving sobs. I held him, my own eyes stinging with unshed tears. Over his shoulder, I saw Hawkins watching us from the doorway. The detective's face was unreadable, but he gave me a small nod before turning and walking back inside. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the courtyard, I knew this was just the beginning. The forest victims, myself included, had a long road ahead. Healing, both physical and mental, would take time. But standing there, feeling the last warmth of the day on my face, hearing the gentle chorus of evening birdsong, I felt something I hadn't experienced in what seemed like an eternity. Hope. Later that night, as I lay in my hospital bed staring at the ceiling, I replayed the events of the past few days in my mind. The horrors I'd witnessed, the choices I'd made, the lives forever changed. It all seemed like a surreal nightmare. A soft knock at my door jolted me from my thoughts. "Come in," I called out, expecting another nurse for a vitals check. Instead, a young woman entered, her face hauntingly familiar. It took me a moment to place her, the cultist I'd saved from being crushed by a falling tree during the forest's upheaval. "Hi," she said softly, hovering uncertainly by the door. I hope it's okay that I'm here. I asked the nurses which room was yours." I nodded, gesturing for her to come closer. "It's fine. I'm glad you made it out okay." She moved to the chair beside my bed, her movements cautious as if she expected me to change my mind and send her away. "I never got a chance to properly thank you," she said, "for saving my life. For saving all of us, really." I shook my head. I didn't do it alone. The forest itself rejected the keeper in the end. But you were the catalyst, she insisted. You stood up to him when the rest of us were too afraid. We sat in silence for a moment, the weight of shared trauma hanging between us. I'm Emily, by the way, she finally said. I realized you never knew my name. Jake, I replied, though she probably already knew that from the nurses. Emily nodded, then took a deep breath as if steeling herself. Jake, I need to ask you something. And please, be honest with me. I tensed, unsure of what was coming. Okay. Do you think we can ever truly be free of it? The forest? The keeper? The whispers? All of it? It was the question I'd been asking myself ever since we'd emerged from the woods. The question that kept me awake at night, that lurked at the edges of my consciousness during the day. I don't know, I admitted. I want to believe we can, that it's over and we can just move on. But it's not that simple, Emily finished for me. I nodded. We were changed by what happened in there. Maybe not in the way the keeper intended, but changed nonetheless. I don't think we can just forget it and go back to our old lives. Emily's shoulders slumped, but there was a glimmer of relief in her eyes. Relief at hearing her own fears echoed by someone else. So what do we do? She asked. I thought for a long moment before answering. We move forward, I said finally. We carry what happened with us, but we don't let it define us. We use it to be stronger, to be more aware of the world around us, and the darkness that can lurk in unexpected places. A small smile tugged at the corners of Emily's mouth. That sounds scary, but also kind of empowering. I returned her smile. It's both, I think. But we're not alone in this. All of us who came out of that forest, we're connected now. We can help each other. Emily reached out hesitantly, taking my hand in hers. Thank you, Jake, for everything. As she left a few minutes later, I felt a subtle shift inside me. The horrors of the forest would always be a part of me. That much was true, but they didn't have to be chains holding me back. They could be a source of strength, a well of hard-won wisdom to draw from. I closed my eyes, listening to the quiet hum of the hospital at night. And for the first time since emerging from the woods, I didn't hear whispers in the white noise. I heard possibility. I heard future. I heard life. Months had passed since the nightmare in the forest, but time seemed to move differently now. Days blurred together, marked not by the steady tick of a clock, but by the ebb and flow of memories that refused to fade. I sat in my apartment, surrounded by stacks of newspapers, printouts, and hastily scribbled notes. The wall across from me was covered in a sprawling web of string and pushpins, connecting articles, photos, and maps. To an outsider, it might have looked like the work of a madman. Maybe it was. My phone buzzed, jolting me from my concentration. Emily's name flashed on the screen. Jake? Her voice was tense. It's happening again. The symbols. They're back. I closed my eyes, a familiar dread settling in the pit of my stomach. Where? Outside my window, carved into the tree in my backyard. Jake, I'm scared. What if... I'm on my way. I cut her off, already reaching for my keys. Don't go outside. Don't touch anything. I'll be there in 20 minutes. The drive to Emily's house was a blur of streetlights and paranoid glances in the rearview mirror. Every shadow seemed to move, every tree branch reaching out like grasping fingers. Emily was waiting at the door, her face pale and drawn. Thank you for coming, she said, ushering me inside. I feel like I'm losing my mind. I gave her shoulder a reassuring squeeze. You're not crazy, Em. I've been seeing them too, all over the city. Her eyes widened. Why didn't you tell me? I sighed, running a hand through my hair. I didn't want to worry you. I hoped it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. We moved to her kitchen window, which overlooked the backyard. In the dim glow of the porch light, I could see the tree she'd mentioned. My breath caught in my throat. There, carved deep into the bark, were the same arcane symbols we'd seen in the forest, curves and angles that seemed to shift and writhe if you looked at them too long. "When did you first notice them?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Emily hugged herself, shivering despite the warmth of the house. "This morning. They weren't there when I went to bed last night, I'm sure of it." I nodded, my mind racing. This matched the pattern I'd been seeing across the city. The symbols appearing overnight, as if by magic, or by something far worse. "Jake," Emily's voice trembled. "What does this mean? Is he back?" The Keeper. The name hung unspoken between us, a specter neither of us wanted to give power to by saying aloud. "I don't know," I admitted, "but I'm going to find out." I pulled out my phone, scrolling through my contacts until I found the number I was looking for. It rang twice before a gruff voice answered. "Hawkins." "Detective, it's Jake Marshall. We need to talk. It's happening again." There was a long pause on the other end of the line. When Hawkins spoke again, his voice was low and serious. "My office. 1 hour." I turned back to Emily, who was watching me with a mixture of fear and hope. "I need to go meet with Detective Hawkins. Will you be okay here alone?" She hesitated, then squared her shoulders. "Actually, I want to come with you. I'm tired of being afraid. I want answers." Pride swelled in my chest. Emily had come a long way from the terrified cultist I'd saved in the forest. "All right," I nodded. "Let's go." The police station was quiet at this late hour, most of the desks empty. Hawkins was waiting for us in his office, a cup of coffee clutched in one hand, dark circles under his eyes suggesting it wasn't his first of the night. "Marshall," he nodded as we entered. "And Emily, right? Sit down, both of you." We took our seats across from his desk. Hawkins studied us for a moment, then sighed heavily. "I'm guessing you're here about the symbols," he said. It wasn't a question. I leaned forward. "You know about them?" Hawkins nodded, turning his computer monitor so we could see. On the screen was a map of the city, dotted with red pins. Each pin represents a reported sighting. They started appearing about a week ago. At first we thought it was just some kids pulling a prank, but they're appearing too fast in too many places, I finished for him. "Exactly. And they match the descriptions from..." He trailed off, his eyes darting to Emily. "It's okay," she said softly. "I was there too, remember? You can say it." Hawkins nodded. "They match the descriptions from the forest incident. Now officially, we never closed that case. Too many unanswered questions. But unofficially, a lot of people in high places wanted it buried. Forgotten. But we can't forget," I said, anger rising in my voice. "And neither can the forest, apparently." Hawkins leaned back in his chair, rubbing his eyes. "What exactly are you suggesting, Marshall? That some ancient evil is carving graffiti all over our city?" Put like that, it did sound ridiculous, but I couldn't shake the feeling of wrongness that had been growing stronger with each passing day. "I don't know what I'm suggesting," I admitted. "But I do know that pretending this isn't happening won't make it go away. We need to investigate. We need to find out what these symbols mean." Emily spoke up, her voice quiet but firm. "I think I might be able to help with that." Hawkins and I both turned to her, surprised. "During my time with the cult," she continued, "I learned some of their language. The symbols, they're not just random designs. They're words, messages." My heart raced. "What do they say?" Emily's face paled. "It's not exact, but I think they're a warning, or maybe a promise." The sleeper stirs. The hunger grows. The forest remembers. A heavy silence fell over the room. I felt a chill run down my spine, remembering the Keeper's final words as he was dragged into the earth. "I am eternal." Hawkins was the first to break the silence. "All right, let's say for a moment that this is real, that something from that forest is trying to... what? Come back? Take revenge? What do we do about it?" I reached into my bag, pulling out a battered journal. This might help. It was sent to me anonymously a few weeks after we got out of the forest. I think it belonged to the hermit who helped me escape. Hawkins took the journal, flipping through its pages with a frown. What am I looking at here? It's a guide, I explained, to the forest's secrets, its weaknesses. The hermit spent years studying it, learning its patterns. I think he was preparing for something like this. Emily leaned in, her eyes scanning the pages. Jake, this is incredible. Why didn't you show me this before? I looked down, ashamed. I was afraid. Afraid that if I acknowledged it, if I really started digging into what happened, it might somehow make it real again, bring it all back. Hawkins closed the journal with a snap. Well, like it or not, it seems to be coming back on its own, so we better start figuring out how to stop it. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the office. Shouts and the sound of breaking glass echoed through the station. Hawkins was on his feet in an instant, hand on his holstered weapon. "Stay here," he ordered, before rushing out to investigate. Emily and I exchanged worried glances. Through the office window, we could see officers rushing towards the front of the station. "We should see what's going on," I said, already moving towards the door. Emily grabbed my arm. "Jake, wait. Look." She pointed to Hawkins' computer screen. The map that had shown the symbol sightings was changing. The red pins were multiplying, spreading across the city like a virus. "Oh, God," Emily whispered. "It's happening. It's really happening." Before I could respond, a blood-curdling scream cut through the chaos outside. It was a sound I recognized, a sound that haunted my nightmares. The whispers had returned. We burst out of the office, following the sound of panic and breaking glass. The scene that greeted us in the station's lobby was one of pure chaos. Officers were struggling to restrain a man. One of the forest survivors, I realized with a jolt. He was thrashing wildly. His eyes rolled back in his head, foam flecking his lips. "They're coming!" he shrieked. "Can't you hear them? The whispers! They're everywhere!" I pushed through the crowd, ignoring the protests of the officers. "Let me talk to him," I shouted to Hawkins, who was trying to maintain some semblance of order. The detective hesitated for a moment, then nodded, gesturing for his men to stand down. I approached the man cautiously, my hands held out in a placating gesture. "Hey," I said softly. "I'm Jake. I was in the forest too. Can you tell me what you're hearing?" The man's wild eyes focused on me, recognition flickering across his face. "Jake? Jake Marshall? You were there. You saw him." I nodded, fighting to keep my voice calm. "That's right. I saw him. And we defeated him, remember? The keeper is gone." The man shook his head violently. No, he's not gone. He's coming back. The forest, and it's angry. It wants revenge." A chill ran down my spine. I glanced at Emily, seeing my own fear reflected in her eyes. "What do you mean the forest wants revenge?" I asked, turning back to the man. But he was beyond coherent speech now, his words dissolving into a string of gibberish interspersed with snatches of that otherworldly language we'd heard in the woods. Suddenly, he went rigid, his back arching at an impossible angle. When he spoke again, it wasn't with his own voice. "The sleeper awakens," he intoned, the words echoing with an unnatural resonance. "The bargain is broken. The forest reclaims what is owed." With a final guttural cry, the man collapsed unconscious. The lobby fell into stunned silence. I looked around, seeing shock and fear on every face. Hawkins was the first to recover. "Get him to the hospital," he barked at his officers. "And someone get me the mayor on the phone. Now!" As the unconscious man was carried out and the crowd began to disperse, Emily grabbed my arm. "Jake," she whispered, her voice trembling. "What do we do?" I took a deep breath, trying to center myself. The hermit's journal suddenly felt heavy in my bag, its secrets burning to be revealed. "We prepare," I said. meeting her gaze with a determination I didn't entirely feel. Whatever's coming, whatever the forest is planning, we'll face it together. All of us who survived before. We're the only ones who truly understand what we're up against. Emily nodded, a spark of the same determination lighting in her eyes. You're right. No more running. No more hiding from our past. It's time to finish this, once and for all. As we turned to join Hawkins, who was barking orders into his phone, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. The forest had tasted freedom, had felt the absence of the Keeper's corrupt influence, and now it wanted more. The whispers were back, yes, but this time, we would be ready for them. This time we would silence them for good, or die trying. The Adirondacks loomed before me, a wall of green that seemed to stretch endlessly into the sky. I stood at the edge of the forest, my heart pounding in my chest, every instinct screaming at me to turn back, to run as far and as fast as I could in the opposite direction. But I couldn't. Not now. Not after everything that had happened. You don't have to do this, Jake, Emily said softly beside me. Her hand found mine, squeezing it gently. We could still turn back, find another way. I shook my head, my eyes never leaving the tree line. You know there isn't another way, Em. It has to be me. It has to be now. Detective Hawkins stepped up on my other side, his weathered face grim. Marshall's right. Whatever's happening, it's accelerating. We're out of time and options. The past week had been a nightmare of escalating incidents. The symbols had spread beyond our city, appearing in towns and cities across the country. Reports of whispers of people going missing only to return days later with no memory of where they'd been had become commonplace. The world was teetering on the brink of panic, and only a handful of us knew the true nature of the threat we faced. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. Okay, let's go over the plan one more time. Hawkins nodded. All business now. My team will establish a perimeter here, at the edge of the forest. We've got satellite imagery tracking your progress, and a drone for aerial surveillance as long as the tree cover allows. And I'll be monitoring the psychic frequencies, added Dr. Eliza Chen, the parapsychologist who had joined our unlikely team. She held up a device that looked like a cross between a radio and a seismograph. If there's any spike in ethereal activity, we'll know about it. I turned to Emily, who was checking the supplies in her backpack. You sure you're up for this? She met my gaze, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and determination. I told you, I'm not letting you go in there alone. We face this together. I wanted to argue, to tell her to stay behind where it was safe, but I knew it would be useless. Emily had come too far, faced too much to back down now. All right, I said, looking at each member of our small group. You all know the risks. If anything goes wrong, if we're not back in 24 hours. We nuke the entire forest from orbit, Hawkins finished, his tone only half joking. It's the only way to be sure. A nervous chuckle rippled through the group, breaking some of the tension. I shouldered my own pack, feeling the weight of the hermit's journal inside. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Emily, you ready? She nodded, zipping up her jacket. As I'll ever be. With a final look at our team, we turned and stepped into the shadow of the trees. The forest seemed to swallow us whole, the sounds of the outside world fading away with unsettling swiftness. For the first hour, our trek was almost disappointingly normal. The woods were alive with the sounds of birds and small animals, sunlight dappling the forest floor through gaps in the canopy. If I didn't know better, I might have thought we were on nothing more than a challenging hike. But as we pushed deeper into the Adirondacks, following the route I'd memorized from satellite maps, the atmosphere began to change. The birdsong grew less frequent, then stopped altogether. The air became thick and heavy, pressing down on us like a physical weight. Jake? Emily whispered, her voice tight with tension. Do you feel that? I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. The sensation was hard to describe, a prickling along my skin, a pressure behind my eyes. It was as if the very air was charged with potential energy, like the moment before a lightning strike. We pressed on, our progress slowing as we had to navigate around fallen trees and thick undergrowth. The forest seemed determined to impede our path, branches reaching out to snag our clothing, roots rising up to trip our feet. As we entered a small clearing, Emily suddenly gasped, stumbling to a halt. "Oh, God," she breathed. "Jake, look." I followed her gaze and felt my blood run cold. There, carved into the trunk of every tree surrounding the clearing, were the symbols. Hundreds of them, overlapping and intertwining in a dizzying pattern that seemed to shift and writhe if you looked at it too long. "It's a message," Emily said, her eyes darting from tree to tree. "It says, 'The sleeper stirs, the forest remembers, the debt must be paid.'" I pulled out my satellite phone, quickly snapping pictures to send back to our team. "We need to keep moving," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. "Whatever's happening, I think we're getting close to the source." Emily nodded, tearing her eyes away from the symbol-covered trees. As we started to move again, I heard her mutter under her breath, "Pays to be an expert in eldritch languages." Despite the gravity of our situation, I couldn't help but smile. Emily's gallows humor had been an unexpected source of strength throughout this ordeal. We pushed on, the forest growing denser and darker with each step. The symbols appeared with increasing frequency, no longer confined to tree trunks but carved into rocks, scratched into the earth, even formed by the very arrangement of fallen leaves and branches. Then, without warning, we broke through a thick wall of vegetation and found ourselves in a vast clearing. My breath caught in my throat as I realized where we were. "This is it," I whispered. "This is where it all happened." The clearing was unrecognizable from my memories of that fateful night. The ancient tree that had been the source of the keeper's power was gone, leaving behind a massive blackened stump. The ground was torn and churned as if by some cataclysmic event, with deep fissures radiating out from the center like spokes on a wheel. But what drew my attention, what made my heart race with a mixture of fear and disbelief, was what stood in the center of the clearing, a sapling, no more than a few feet tall, with leaves of the deepest, most unnatural green I had ever seen. It pulsed with a faint, sickly light, casting writhing shadows across the scarred earth. "Jake," Emily's voice was barely audible. "What is that?" Before I could answer, a sound cut through the unnatural silence of the clearing. A whisper, so faint I thought I might have imagined it. But then it came again, louder this time. "Jake, welcome back." I spun around, searching for the source of the voice. "Who's there?" I called out, my own voice sounding thin and weak in the oppressive atmosphere. The whisper came again, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "You know who we are, Jake. You've always known." Emily pressed close to my side, her eyes wide with fear. "Jake, what's happening? I don't hear anything." I opened my mouth to respond, but the words died in my throat as I saw movement at the edge of the clearing. Shapes were emerging from the shadows between the trees. Humanoid figures, but wrong somehow. Their proportions subtly off, their movements too fluid to be natural. As they drew closer, I realized with dawning horror what I was seeing. They were people, the missing hikers, the lost souls of the forest, but changed. Their skin was pale and papery, crisscrossed with patterns that mimicked the bark of trees. Their eyes were solid black, reflecting the pulsing light of the sapling. "Oh, God," Emily breathed. Are they alive?" One of the figures stepped forward. With a jolt of recognition, I realized it was the hermit who had helped me escape the forest all those months ago. "Alive?" The hermit's voice was a dry rustling, like dead leaves in the wind. "We are beyond such simple distinctions now, Emily Carver." Emily flinched at the use of her full name. "How do you—" "We know all that transpires in our domain." The hermit cut her off. "We are the forest, and the forest is us, just as it will be with you in time." I stepped forward, placing myself between Emily and the transformed hermit. What do you want from us? Why did you lure us back here? The hermit's black eyes fixed on me, and I felt a chill run down my spine. Lure you? Oh, Jake. You came of your own free will, drawn by the whispers, by the call of the forest that now lives inside you. No. I shook my head vehemently. We came to stop whatever's happening, to end this once and for all. A sound like dry branches snapping filled the air. It took me a moment to realize it was laughter, coming from the hermit and the other transformed humans. End it? The hermit's voice was mocking now. You can no more end this than you can end the turning of the seasons or the rising of the tides. The forest is eternal, Jake. It was here long before humans walked the earth, and it will be here long after your kind has turned to dust. As he spoke, the sapling in the center of the clearing began to pulse more intensely. The whispers grew louder, becoming a cacophony of voices that threatened to overwhelm my senses. Join us, Jake. Become one with the forest. Fulfill your destiny. I staggered, my head spinning. Beside me, Emily let out a small cry of pain, clutching her temples. What's happening? She gasped. The voices. I can hear them now. The hermit spread his arms wide, his face split by a terrible grin. The sleeper awakens. The hunger grows. Soon all will hear the call of the forest. All will join us in eternal communion. With horror, I realized what was happening. The sapling, it wasn't just a tree. It was the keeper reborn, its consciousness spreading through the forest like a virus. No, I growled, fighting against the pressure in my head. I won't let you do this. I won't let you corrupt the world like you corrupted this forest. I reached into my pack, my fingers closing around the cool metal of the flare gun we'd brought as an emergency signal. Without hesitation, I pulled it out and aimed at the sapling. The hermit's eyes widened in alarm. Stop. You don't know what you're doing. I know exactly what I'm doing, I snarled. I'm finishing what we started. I pulled the trigger. The flare erupted from the barrel, a streak of brilliant red against the unnatural green of the clearing. It struck the sapling dead center, igniting it in a blaze of otherworldly fire. The reaction was immediate and terrifying. A scream of rage and pain tore through the air so loud it felt like my eardrums might burst. The transformed humans writhed in agony, their bodies twisting and contorting in impossible ways. The ground beneath our feet began to shake violently. Fissures opened up, releasing plumes of noxious gas. Trees at the edge of the clearing began to topple, their roots tearing free of the earth. Jake, Emily shouted over the din, we have to get out of here. I grabbed her hand and we ran, dodging falling trees and leaping over widening chasms. Behind us, the clearing was being swallowed up by a sinkhole, the burning sapling disappearing into the depths of the earth. We crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at our faces, roots threatening to trip us at every step. The forest itself seemed to be trying to stop us, to drag us back into its dying heart. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, we burst out of the tree line, gasping for breath. Hawkins and the rest of the team were there, their faces masks of shock and confusion. What the hell happened in there? Hawkins demanded. Our equipment went haywire. We lost all contact. His words were cut off by a deep, reverberating boom that shook the ground. We turned to see a massive cloud of dust and debris rising from the heart of the forest. We need to go, I panted. Now. It's not safe here. As we piled into the waiting vehicles, I caught one last glimpse of the Adirondacks. The trees were swaying violently, as if in the grip of a massive storm. And just for a moment, I thought I saw something rising above the canopy, a vast, shadowy form that defied description. Then we were speeding away, leaving the dying forest and its eldritch horrors behind. Hours later, we sat in a makeshift command center, trying to make sense of what had happened. Satellite imagery showed a massive sinkhole where the clearing had been, surrounded by acres of fallen trees. It's like a bomb went off, Dr. Chen murmured, studying the images. But there's no radiation, no chemical residue. It's as if the forest just collapsed in on itself. Hawkins rubbed his eyes, looking more tired than I'd ever seen him. And the missing people? The ones you saw in there? I shook my head, unable to find the words to describe the horror of what we'd witnessed. Emily spoke up, her voice quiet but steady. They're gone, all of them. Whatever was keeping them, alive, or something like it. It died with the sapling. A heavy silence fell over the room. Finally, Hawkins cleared his throat. So, is it over? For real this time? I wanted to say yes. I wanted to believe that our nightmare was finally at an end. But something held me back. A nagging doubt, a sense of unfinished business. I don't know, I admitted. We dealt it a massive blow, that's for sure. But the forest, it's old, older than we can imagine. And it's patient. Emily nodded, her eyes distant. The hermit said it was eternal, that it would outlast humanity itself. So what do we do? Dr. Chen asked. We can't just ignore this. People will want answers. I thought of the symbols that had appeared across the country, of the whispers that had driven people to madness. The truth was too big, too terrifying for the world to handle. We tell them it was an earthquake, I said finally. A natural disaster. Tragic, but explainable. Hawkins raised an eyebrow. And you think people will buy that? I shrugged. They'll want to. It's easier than facing the alternative. As the others began to discuss the logistics of the cover-up, I slipped outside, needing a moment alone. The night air was cool on my skin, the stars above offering a comforting constancy. I felt Emily's presence before I heard her approach. She stood beside me, her shoulder just touching mine. "What are you thinking?" she asked softly. I took a deep breath, trying to put my swirling thoughts into words. I'm thinking that we won a battle today. But the war? I'm not sure the war will ever be over. Emily was quiet for a long moment. Then she reached out, taking my hand in hers. Whatever comes next, she said, we'll face it together. All of us who know the truth, we're connected now. We're stronger together. I squeezed her hand, feeling a glimmer of hope despite everything we'd been through. You're right. Whatever the forest throws at us next, we'll be ready. As we stood there, looking out at the night, I couldn't shake the feeling that somewhere, deep in the heart of the Adirondacks, something was stirring, waiting, biding its time. The forest remembered, and one day, it would call us back again. But for now, in this moment of hard-won peace, I allowed myself to breathe, to feel the solid earth beneath my feet and the warmth of Emily's hand in mine. We had faced the darkness and emerged, changed but unbroken. Whatever came next, we would face it, together. The forest loomed before me, a wall of green that seemed to breathe with malevolent life. I stood at its edge, my heart pounding in my chest, the weight of my decision pressing down on me like a physical force. The whispers that had haunted me for months grew louder, more insistent, as if sensing my proximity. You don't have to do this, a voice said behind me. I turned to see Dr. Eliza Chen, my therapist, standing a few feet away. Her face was etched with concern. I shook my head. You don't understand, Eliza. I'm the only one who can end this. She took a step forward, her hand outstretched. Alex, please. We've talked about this. The cult, the whispers. It's all part of your trauma. Going back in there won't solve anything. I smiled sadly. I know you mean well, but this is real. I have to face it. Before she could respond, I turned and plunged into the forest. The whispers surged around me, a cacophony of familiar voices begging, pleading, threatening. I pushed through, my feet carrying me along a path I couldn't see but somehow knew. Hours passed, or maybe it was minutes. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the green twilight of the forest. Finally, I broke through into a clearing I both recognized and didn't. The destruction I had witnessed months ago was gone, replaced by lush grass and wildflowers. In the center stood a sapling, no more than waist-high, its leaves shimmering with an otherworldly light. As I approached, The whispers coalesced into a single voice. My own. "Turn back," it said. "You don't know what you're doing." I gritted my teeth and pressed on. "I know exactly what I'm doing," I muttered. "I'm ending this." I reached into my backpack and pulled out a small container of herbicide. It felt woefully inadequate against the supernatural force I was facing, but it was all I had. As I unscrewed the cap, the air around me seemed to thicken. The whispers rose to a crescendo, and then, abruptly, fell silent. In that deafening quiet, I heard a new voice, one that sent chills down my spine. "Did you really think it would be that easy?" I spun around. Standing at the edge of the clearing was a figure I had hoped never to see again, the Keeper. He looked exactly as I remembered him, unnaturally pale and ageless, his eyes filled with ancient malice. "You're dead," I said, my voice shaking. "I saw you die." The Keeper smiled, a grotesque parody of warmth. "Death is such a limited concept, Alex. I am beyond such mortal concerns." He gestured at the sapling. "That, however, is very much alive. My essence, my power, growing anew. And you, my dear Alex, are going to help it flourish." I raised the herbicide threateningly. "I'm here to destroy it, not help it." The Keeper laughed, a sound like dry leaves scraping against stone. "Oh, Alex, you still don't understand. You are part of this now. The forest has chosen you." Before I could react, tendrils of mist erupted from the ground, wrapping around my legs. I tried to move, to run, but I was rooted to the spot. The herbicide fell from my nerveless fingers. "Now," the Keeper said, stepping forward, "let me show you the truth." He placed his hand on my forehead and the world exploded into chaos. I was falling, tumbling through a maelstrom of images and sensations. I saw the forest as it had been millennia ago, pristine and full of natural magic. I witnessed the arrival of the first humans, their wonder and fear as they encountered the spirits of the woods. I saw the Keeper as he once was, a young shaman seeking to commune with the forest spirits. I felt his initial awe, then his growing hunger for power. I watched as he twisted the natural magic of the forest, binding spirits to his will, creating the first whispers. Centuries flashed by in seconds. I saw countless victims lured into the woods, their souls trapped to feed the Keeper's ever-growing power. I felt the forest's pain, its desperate attempts to fight back against the corruption spreading through its heart. And then, with a jolt, I was back in my own body. I gasped, falling to my knees. The Keeper stood over me, his eyes gleaming with triumph. "Do you see now?" he asked. "The forest needs a guardian, a keeper. It chose me, and now it has chosen you." I shook my head, trying to clear the lingering visions. "No," I said. "You're not a guardian. You're a parasite." The Keeper's face darkened. "Insolent child. You know nothing of the power I wield." He raised his hand and pain exploded behind my eyes. I screamed, clutching my head as the whispers returned, louder than ever. But among the familiar voices of my loved ones, I heard others, countless others, screaming in agony and despair. "These are the souls you would free," the Keeper snarled. "Their power sustains me, sustains the forest. Without them, all of this would wither and die." Through the haze of pain, a thought struck me. "The forest," I gasped. "It's fighting you." The Keeper paused, confusion flitting across his face. "What?" I struggled to my feet, the realization giving me strength. "The forest doesn't want this. You're not its guardian. You're its prisoner, and it's been trying to get rid of you for centuries." For the first time, I saw fear in the Keeper's eyes. "You understand nothing," he hissed. But I pressed on. "That's why I'm here. The forest brought me here to stop you." "Enough!" the Keeper roared. He lunged forward, his hands closing around my throat. As his fingers tightened, I felt a surge of alien consciousness invade my mind. The Keeper was trying to possess me, to subsume my will as he had done to countless victims before. I struggled, both physically and mentally, but the keeper's power was overwhelming. Darkness crept in at the edges of my vision as I fought for breath and sanity. Give in. The keeper's voice echoed in my mind. Accept the power. Become one with the forest. In that moment of desperation, I did something I had resisted for so long. I opened myself to the whispers. The effect was immediate and terrifying. A flood of voices, memories, and emotions poured into me. I saw flashes of hundreds of lives, felt the terror and despair of those trapped by the keeper's power. But beneath it all, I sensed something else. A vast, ancient presence that could only be the true spirit of the forest. With the last of my strength, I reached out to that presence. Help me, I pleaded silently. Help me stop him. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, like a dam breaking, I felt a surge of wild, primal energy flow into me. The keeper's hands loosened as he stumbled back, his eyes wide with shock. "What have you done?" he whispered. I stood up, feeling the power of the forest coursing through me. When I spoke, my voice resonated with the whispers of 1,000 trapped souls. "What should have been done long ago," I said. The keeper snarled and lunged at me again, but this time I was ready. I caught his wrist, and at my touch, his pale skin began to crack and peel, like old bark. "No," he gasped. "This isn't possible." "The forest rejects you," I said, the words coming from somewhere beyond my own understanding. "Your time is over." The keeper howled, a sound of pure rage and terror. He tried to pull away, but I held firm. His body began to crumble, turning to wood and leaves before my eyes. "You can't do this," he pleaded, his voice fading. "You don't know how to control it. You'll destroy everything." I shook my head. "Not destroy. Restore." With a final, desperate cry, the keeper dissolved completely, leaving nothing but a pile of dead leaves at my feet. The sapling in the center of the clearing shuddered and withered, collapsing into dust. For a moment, everything was still. Then the whispers returned, but they were different now, no longer filled with pain and desperation, but with hope and gratitude. I fell to my knees, overwhelmed by the voices in my head. "What now?" I asked aloud, unsure if I was talking to myself or the forest. A warm breeze rustled through the clearing, carrying the scent of pine and wildflowers. In that breeze, I heard a whisper that seemed to come from the forest itself. "Heal," it said. "Restore. Protect." I nodded, understanding at last the responsibility that had been placed upon me. The forest had chosen me, not as a tyrant like the keeper, but as a true guardian. I placed my hands on the ground, feeling the life pulsing beneath the soil. Slowly, carefully, I began to release the trapped souls, guiding them to their final rest. Each one that passed brought tears to my eyes, tears of sorrow for their suffering and tears of joy for their final freedom. As the last soul faded away, I felt a profound change come over the forest. The oppressive atmosphere lifted, replaced by a sense of peace I had never felt before. The whispers fell silent, but I could still feel the presence of the forest, a comforting weight in the back of my mind. I stood up, looking around the clearing with new eyes. The scars left by the keeper's corruption were already beginning to heal. New growth sprouted from the earth, vibrant and full of natural magic. A rustle at the edge of the clearing caught my attention. I turned to see a deer stepping cautiously into the open, its eyes meeting mine without fear. Behind it, I saw other animals emerging from the shadows. Foxes, rabbits, even a bear, all drawn by the forest's renewed energy. I smiled, feeling a deep sense of rightness. This was what the forest was meant to be, wild, free, and in balance. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows through the trees, I knew my work was just beginning. The forest had been healed, but it would need protection to prevent another like the keeper from rising again. I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of my new role settling onto my shoulders. It wouldn't be easy. But I was ready. The forest had chosen me, and I would not let it down. With a final look around the clearing, I turned and walked into the deepening twilight, ready to begin my new life as the forest's true guardian. The first thing Alex became aware of was the beeping, a steady electronic pulse that wormed its way into his consciousness, dragging him back from the comforting void of unconsciousness. He tried to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt as if they were weighed down with lead. "He's coming around," a voice said, muffled and distant. "Mr. Thompson? Alex? Can you hear me?" Alex groaned, the sound escaping his throat like sandpaper on rust. He finally managed to crack open his eyes, immediately regretting it, as harsh fluorescent light assaulted his retinas. "There you are," the voice said, clearer now. A face swam into view. A woman with kind eyes and graying hair pulled back into a tight bun. "I'm Dr. Marlowe. You're in the hospital, Alex. You've been unconscious for quite some time." Hospital. The word registered dimly in Alex's mind, bringing with it a flood of memories. The forest, the keeper, the final confrontation. He tried to sit up, panic surging through him, but gentle hands pressed him back down. "Easy now," Dr. Marlowe said. "You're safe. You need to rest." "The forest," Alex croaked, his voice barely above a whisper. "What happened to the forest?" Dr. Marlowe exchanged a glance with someone out of Alex's field of vision. "The forest is fine, Alex. A search and rescue team found you collapsed in a clearing. You were severely dehydrated and malnourished. You've been here for 3 weeks. 3 weeks. The words hit Alex like a physical blow. Had it all been a dream? A hallucination brought on by his ordeal in the woods? No. He could still feel it, a presence in the back of his mind, vast and ancient. The forest. It was still there, still connected to him. "I need to go back," Alex said, struggling to sit up again. "I have to protect it. The only thing you need to do right now is rest," Dr. Marlowe said firmly. "You've been through a traumatic experience, Alex. We've contacted your family. They're on their way." Family. The word sparked another memory. "The whispers," Alex said. "Are they gone? Can you hear them?" Dr. Marlowe's expression softened with concern. "There are no whispers, Alex. You're safe now. We'll help you work through this." But Alex wasn't listening anymore. He closed his eyes, reaching out with his mind, searching for the connection he knew was there. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, faintly at first but growing stronger, he heard it, the rustle of leaves, the babbling of a brook, the song of a sparrow, the voice of the forest speaking to him in a language he was only beginning to understand. "You're wrong," Alex murmured, a small smile playing on his lips. "The whispers aren't gone. They're just different now." Dr. Marlowe sighed, making a note on her clipboard. "I'm going to let you rest now, Alex. We'll talk more later." As she left the room, Alex let himself sink back into the hospital bed. He knew they wouldn't understand. How could they? They hadn't felt the raw power of the forest flowing through them. They hadn't faced down an ancient evil and emerged victorious. Days passed in a blur of medical tests, psychological evaluations, and visits from concerned family members. Alex played along, nodding in the right places, taking the pills they gave him without complaint. But all the while, he could feel the forest calling to him, urging him to return. It was on the 5th night of his hospital stay that everything changed. Alex woke in the darkest hour before dawn, his heart pounding, sweat soaking his hospital gown. For a moment, he couldn't remember where he was or why he felt so afraid. Then he heard it, a whisper so faint he almost missed it. "Help us!" Alex sat bolt upright, his eyes scanning the darkened room. "Who's there?" he called out. "Please!" The whisper came again, louder this time. "We need you." With trembling hands, Alex disconnected himself from the various monitors and IVs. He stumbled to the window, drawn by an irresistible force. Outside, the city slept, a sea of twinkling lights stretching to the horizon. But beyond that, barely visible in the pre-dawn gloom, he could see the dark line of the forest. Without conscious thought, Alex found himself moving. He slipped out of his room, padding silently down the deserted hospital corridors. An orderly looked up in surprise as Alex passed the nurse's station, but before he could raise the alarm, Alex was gone, racing down the stairs and out into the night. The cool air hit him like a slap to the face, sharpening his senses. Alex broke into a run, his bare feet slapping against the pavement. He had no idea where he was going, but something was pulling him forward, an invisible thread tugging at his very soul. As the first rays of dawn began to lighten the sky, Alex found himself at the edge of the forest. He paused, panting, his hospital gown fluttering in the morning breeze. This was it, the moment of truth. "I'm here," he called out. "What do you need?" For a long moment, there was only silence. Then the wind picked up, rustling through the leaves. To anyone else, it would have sounded like nothing more than the normal sounds of the forest. But to Alex, it was a symphony of voices, each one distinct and urgent. "The balance is shifting," the voices whispered. "The old evil is gone, but new threats arise. We need our guardian." Alex took a deep breath, steadying himself. "I'm not sure I'm ready," he admitted. "I don't know if I can be what you need." A warm breeze caressed his face, carrying with it the scent of pine and wildflowers. "You are more ready than you know," the forest seemed to say. "You have faced the darkness and emerged stronger. You are reborn, Alex Thompson. Reborn as the forest's protector." With shaking hands, Alex reached out and touched the nearest tree. The moment his fingers made contact with the rough bark, he gasped. Power surged through him, raw and primal. He saw flashes of the forest's past, present, and possible futures. He felt the life force of every plant and animal, from the mightiest oak to the tiniest ant. And he understood. This was his destiny. This was why he had survived the Keeper's corruption, why he had been chosen. The forest needed a guardian, someone to stand between it and the encroaching outside world. As the visions faded, Alex found himself on his knees, tears streaming down his face. He looked up at the towering trees, feeling smaller and yet more powerful than he ever had before. "I accept," he said, his voice cracking with emotion. "I will be your guardian. I will protect you with everything I have." The forest seemed to sigh with relief, a weight lifting that Alex hadn't even realized was there. He stood, feeling stronger than he had in weeks. The hospital gown no longer felt flimsy and exposed. Instead, it seemed to shimmer, taking on the appearance of clothing woven from leaves and bark. As Alex took his first step into the forest as its true guardian, he heard a commotion behind him. Turning, he saw Dr. Marlowe and a group of orderlies running towards him, their faces a mix of concern and disbelief. "Alex," Dr. Marlowe called out. "What are you doing? Come back, you're not well." Alex smiled sadly. "I'm sorry, Dr. Marlowe," he said, "but I've never been better. This is where I belong now." Before their astonished eyes, Alex turned and walked into the forest. The trees seemed to part before him, welcoming him home. As he disappeared into the green shadows, he heard Dr. Marlowe's voice fading into the distance. "My God," she whispered, "what's happening to him?" But Alex was beyond caring about the human world now. He had a new purpose, a new life. The forest was his home, and he would protect it at all costs. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. Search parties combed the woods, looking for the missing patient, but they never found a trace of Alex Thompson. To the outside world, he had simply vanished. But deep in the heart of the forest, a legend began to grow. Hikers spoke in hushed tones of a figure they glimpsed between the trees, a man who seemed more plant than human, with eyes that glowed with an inner light. They said he could speak to the animals, that he could make flowers bloom with a touch, and when loggers or developers came too close to the forest boundaries, strange things would happen. Equipment would malfunction, maps would lead them in circles, and an oppressive feeling of being watched would drive them away. The forest had its guardian at last, and Alex Thompson, once lost and afraid, had found his true calling. He was reborn, forever changed, the forest's last guardian and keeper of its secrets. As the years passed, Alex's legend grew. He became a myth, a story told around campfires to wide-eyed children. But to the forest, he was simply home, a part of the ancient cycle of life, death, and rebirth that had existed long before humans walked the earth, and would continue long after they were gone. And in the deepest, darkest part of the night, if you listened very carefully, you might hear a whisper on the wind. Not a whisper of fear or corruption, but a whisper of life, of protection, of a balance restored. The forest's song, sung by its eternal guardian.